I'm here. Everyone in with the early comments tonight. Hello, everyone who's the Invisible Chicken. Is a shock, and Lee. Who else left comments? Liam, Megaleech, Justin, Irish Dave, Alexander. Yes, I'm sure AIDzee would want us to do the celebrate his life rather than be super depressed, while of course acknowledging, he was a giant among men and we are all the poorer for it, and may weep and gnash our teeth for the rest of our lives. Hi, Chris. Hi, Invisible Chicken. I was trying to edit a video and having just sucky technical problems. So it's not even really ready at the start of the stream. I'm going to pour myself a drink. And no, I'm not in my sorrow drinking urine samples. It's a clarified cocktail. Megaleech drinking some truly terrible strawberry sparkling wine. I don't know. That seems apt. I like it. Oh, Invisible Chicken mixed up a bit of a drink. Gecko, how are you doing, man? Nash what's left of your teeth, yes. Reminds me of an old Dave Allen routine about fire and brimstone preacher. I think you usually said it was Ian Paisley. Talking about people, you'll be in hell and there will be a great weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth. An old lady in the front goes, well, I don't have any teeth. Don't you worry, teeth will be provided. Okay, why do I always freak out about peeling orange? Because I have cut myself doing it. Hey, Greg. Thanks, man. Chris, he certainly did have a lot of pretty fabulous stories. Hey, Kyle. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I mean, it is kind of weird when something you've been preparing for 10 years finally happens. It's a bit weird. It is just genuinely a bit fucking weird. Like me trying to peel this orange. A bit fucking weird. I have no idea why it's giving me so much trouble. Aussie Hobbit, hey Ree, how you doing? Ah, well, Gecko, I'm glad you got to drop in before Sleepies. Yeah, Chris, the stories were always pretty wild. And of course, an enormous number of them are saved onto internet. Thanks, Strictly Sega. Yeah, I suppose I had... It was very quick. It was less than 48 hours, I think. And yes, Aussie Hobbit, it is pretty weird. Guy's been cheating death for 20 years. Took a while to catch up with him. Matt, hello. Yes, raise a glass after the young'uns are in bed. What else do I want? Sorry, I'm just very late in getting organized. I'm going to get a skewer because I'm going to enjoy a cherry in my drink. Thornwolfie, Code Grey Show. Oh yeah, that was incredible. I have been I'm putting together a video of some old stuff that we shot, because we have a lot of stuff with his musings on death, etc. So I thought it was particularly apt. I was trying to put some stuff in from the Code Grey show, and I found my original source videos for that, and I'm having weird, terrible trouble with them. There's a particular bit from Code Grey I want to put in. I don't have to, because there's another bit where I interviewed him and he kind of covers the same ground. I have sort of two other ideas for how to get that. And if that fails, well, like I said, I don't actually need it because he covers the same ground in another video where I interviewed him. But yes, so it's just going to be basically some positivity from AIDzee. Hey, Andrew. Yeah, I mean, it's just weird. It is just weird, is what it is. Yeah, because he cheated death so often. He when he finally didn't, and it happened so quickly. Yeah. Oh God, Chris, the video issues are very boring. It's just basically my editing software won't work with the videos, and I don't know why. Now, maybe it's just a processing power thing. I don't. It actually doesn't make sense. I regularly have problems with my editing software that don't make sense. So this is one of them. Yes, Megaleech, an AIDzee cocktail would be a zombie, definitely. I don't know that I want to make myself a zombie tonight. That can kind of knock you about. Maybe I will, actually. Lizard, hello. Yes. I mean, in many ways, he has an immortal legacy. Justin, if they let me speak at the funeral, I'm definitely going to do anyone checked. If I can hold it together. If I can hold it together, I'll definitely do anybody checked. Yeah, Chris, I actually tried that because I do have a file converter. And it's very weird. If you like, it's an MP4 file, and it plays like here's the weird thing. My editing software does weird, stupid, inexplicable things that drive me up the fucking wall quite regularly. It plays fine. Like, I get the file, it plays fine on my computer, but it just fucks with me. Hey, cow hugging vegan. Yes. Well, as you bumped into AIDzee, he regards you as a friend. Hey, Fox. Yeah, we haven't seen you for a little while, buddy. Yeah, unfortunately, that is the news. At least it wasn't drawn out, horrible, and painful, and he didn't get amputations. They kept threatening. I'm working quite hard on the looking on the upside. Icy Saracen, pints of Young Henry. You do you, man. Screen record a new file. I'm not actually sure how to do that. Justin, it was his mum who called me in the early hours of this morning to let me know, in fact. So, yes. I'm sorry, I was just thinking of something else, and I was just checking it. Let me see. Yeah, so he went in on Tuesday, went a bit downhill yesterday. There was some signs of improvement late yesterday, and yeah, unfortunately, didn't make it past today. So, Yeah. I mean, again, that's one of the positives to take away from it. It wasn't drawn out. Yeah, Greg, I'm hoping they eased him off. He wasn't in an induced coma that he never came out of, as best as I know. And yes, Justin, his family's in Canberra. Micra, thank you. AIDzee was a cool guy. There's a lot of people who miss him. Andrew, good looking bright side. Oh wow, that was super poor timing on his part, Andrew. I'm sure he'd apologise. I can feel he'd apologise for the bad timing. Oh, Chris, Jesus Christ, how many times did he actually defy the odds? And even not even life-threatening ones. Ones. Thanks for dropping in and saying hi, Gecko. You don't have to stick around, mate. Justin, I understand it. The funeral's going to be in Melbourne. I don't have concrete details yet, though. I don't know if there are concrete details yet. So I'm not sure what that means, Megaleech. Am I pixely? Is that what it means? Yes. Sorry, I got distracted then. And I've lost my train of thought. That is probably going to happen a lot. Okay. It may just be you, Megaleech. I normally get a warning on my screen if there's a problem at my end. I don't know if I'm pixely for anyone else. No one else has mentioned it. Maybe they're just being polite. Okay, Fox is fine. Problem might be at your end, which is this again. Tempting fate. 5 seconds later, my connection will start playing up. Oh, Chris, I'm actually in the first of 2 weeks leave. Actually, I'm actually on holidays. So, Aaron, I'm glad you got to meet him and you enjoyed it. Oh, that's what I was saying. Well, yeah, Justin, he was, living with boss of the house, and almost everyone he knew, apart from his mother and father in Melbourne. Richie, mate, how you going? Yes, things change. Yeah, not being drawn out is good. So as I said, looking on the positive side, besides the not being drawn out, which he would not have wanted, he didn't just defy death. He defied multiple, worst case scenarios. At one point, like when all his teeth went super fucking gross and had to be gotten rid of, when they did a bit of exploratory, they said there was what they worried was a cancerous growth in his jaw. And the worst case scenario would be actually having his jaw removed. And I don't know if anyone can imagine AIDzee being unable to talk, because I can't. I can't think what that would be like. And I don't think he would have put up with it. But again, twice there was talk of, oh, we've got to go and cut some stuff out. And if it doesn't work, the worst case scenario is taking out the entire jaw. He beat that twice. At least twice he went into hospital. He had like all gross things happening to his legs, infections, and bleh. He's enjoyed talking about those. And at least twice he went into hospital and they were saying, like, brace yourself for the possibility of amputation, because if they couldn't get some sort of improvement, they were worried the infection would poison him and kill him and they would amputate. So he beat those odds twice. Richie, I actually use Handbrake. I used Handbrake today to do a file conversion. Didn't seem to work. I think I need to admit my video editing software is not actually great, even though I've been using it since the start of YouTube, and I should maybe use something else. Hey, nobody. How are you feeling today, man? We're all trying to adjust to this strange new world that doesn't have AIDzee in it. Yeah, Liam, he was on the streams just last week. Like I said, this was extremely sudden. It was pneumonia. I talked to him on the week, like I talked to him on Christmas, and he sounded bad, and I didn't know why. I thought maybe he just didn't sleep, but that was obviously the onset of the pneumonia. Then, yeah, Tuesday in the hospital, induced coma, and didn't come out of it. Yep, I think that sums us up, mate. Sad. Sarah, yes, he was a brilliant person and comedian, and a lot of people are going to feel the loss. 2 queens, Justin. 2 queens, one slightly more impressive than the other. You know, I'll leave who I'm referring to as the superior queen ambiguous. I know, Naked Fella, doesn't pneumonia seem kind of pissy? But, you know, pneumonia fucking kills a lot of people. Oh, so Dr. Gary call from boss of the house. Yes. Yeah, that's about when I got a call from AIDzee's mum, actually. Yes. Salt of the earth, generous to fault. Yeah, that's all true. You're right, Naked Fella. A little bit of an anticlimax. I think 2 disappointments he would have. One being dead. I'm sure he's not cool with that. 2, slightly anticlimactic. Yes. You and me both go hugging me, mostly because I was going to use some of them to make a little final AIDzee video. A juice coma. Yeah, no, depends what juice we're talking about. A juice korma, actually. No, that would be some weird curry, wouldn't it? Do you think if media was going to get him? Yeah, I guess it's a tribute video. That sounded a bit grandiose in my head. I think AIDzee tried to make us feel like we all had a commonality. I think AIDzee went to a great deal of trouble to identify with people and have them identify with him. Yeah. Oh no, Thorn Wolfie. The pneumonia is not to be fucked with. Yes, that's right, Johnny. You were on Talking Together, and that was so recently. I mean, he was on stream just last Thursday and Friday, I think. Being a little trooper. So, I think I'm going to say this in the videos. It's the weirdest thing. AIDzee dying seems both absolutely inevitable and impossible at the same time. It's like the weirdest thing, something you've been preparing yourself for 10 years, and you think that means I'm ready for it. It's fucking weird when it happens. Yeah, no, buddy. We need to share. I think this is a low key wake, but this is going to liven it up a bit. I got this today. I thought, hey, has anyone got any good post Christmas sales? Well, there's no new AIDzee, Justin. He's a one of a kind, but I think he would hope for if there's people who've been encouraged, dare I say, inspired by him, I think he'd like that. So, oh my God, there's a Glencairn glass in here too. I didn't know that. This was on special at Woolies. Oh, tasting thing of single malt Scotch whiskies. Oh, wowzers. Stella's birthday today. That's nice. Hey, American Anarchist, thank you for your condolences. Greatly appreciated. Wow, I've even got a little... Ooh, it's filthy, though. Oh, I'm not using that. It's filthy. I have other tasting glasses. Cute little Glencairn glass, though. But look at this. I got 6 little Scotch whiskies. I think AIDzee would appreciate me toasting him with a bunch of little Scotch whiskies. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's about 6 standard drinks. In fact, according to the bottles, it's exactly 6 standard drinks. Which means I'd be completely fucking arsehole if I drank them all. So I'm not going to do that. Hey, Taz. Thanks for the positive wishes. Yeah, no, I think AIDzee would enjoy me drinking whiskey. That Justin. It's like the Queen passing. Weird, unexpected, but we don't care about the Queen. Brilliant turn of phrase, Dr. Abigail. Yes, AIDzee was wearing these awful moon boots because of the infection in his legs and feet. Thanks, Lee. You take care, buddy. All right. So I'm not going to drink all of these. I'm just going to have a taste of each of these. And then I got a similar thing with Teeling Irish whiskey. I don't know. I think AIDzee would appreciate whiskey night. We've got Aberfeldy 12-year-old single malt from the Highlands. We have Glenlivet 18-year-old single malt Speyside. You have Aberlour 12-year-old single malt, another Speyside. We have Old Pulteney Distillery 15-year-old single malt, that's from the Highlands. Talisker 10-year-old from Isle of Skye. And Lagavulin 8-year-old from Islay. Interestingly, the Lagavulin the lightest one. It's probably going to be the smokiest one. 100% believe AIDzee would appreciate. Oh, yeah. No, he absolutely. AIDzee would be mortified if we didn't make jokes. Oh, yes. I mean, Boss of the House was such a major part of what happiness AIDzee had in the last few years. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful person. And yeah, very, very hard on him as well. So, but yes, an absolute wonderful person, and so important to AIDzee's quality of life. So, thank you for acknowledging him as well, Nobody. Absolute hat tip to the gem of a chap. So, all right. I'm going to get me some tasting glasses. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's this is a low-key wake. Might get rowdy later. Who knows? Yeah, Johnny, they were like, the things he had to wear, they were like these big fucking ski boot things to try and protect his feet because they were just gross. Yes. Yeah, in fact, did you know Boss of the House longer than AIDzee, Dr. Abigail? I seem to remember that. Wonderful person. He's great. All right, I'm going to get some glasses. Ah. Right. Ugh. Lisa, considering you had to break the news to your mum that her eldest sister died, gosh. There actually are. A lot of excess deaths. Salumi, hiya. Watch Code Grow with Kat and Freya, your housemates. Weird day. Yeah, and that's the weird bit. The world without AIDzee. Yeah, Justin, Boss of the House knows where I am, so I think wouldn't press him at this point. Probably with AIDzee's family. Nice. Margarita for AIDzee. Do it. I'm doing single malt Scotch whiskies for AIDzee. He'd go, fuck you. Why didn't you open them when I was there? Because I'm a horrible, selfish person, AIDzee. We know that. All right. Just having a taste. Because I don't want to get too drunk too early. I've actually got one of these already. I have one Scotch whiskey and it's one of these. And yes, and I respect boss of the house's privacy as well. Gonna let the whiskies air a bit. I'm not even that big a Scotch drinker. Mostly into Australian whiskies. But, fuck it. Post-Christmas sale and all that. Old Pulteney. So these are all 40-odd%. Getting up to 45, 46%. Justin, that would not be the most surprising thing that could happen. What would he say? Didn't you check? Hey, David. Yes, mate. I think whiskies is appropriate. And I think AIDzee would appreciate it. I've had a lot of people being very solicitous to me, which is very nice. I think I was actually ready for this. But then I have spent so much time today looking at AIDzee on video when I was trying to find particular things and edit them. That was a little bit, it's like there won't be any more new AIDzee videos. Hey, Safa, by the way. Australian whiskies are fucking fantastic. Irish whiskey, Scotch, yeah. I've got, I don't know, a dozen Australian whiskies over there. They're fucking awesome. I have said, if anyone's foolish enough to let me speak at his funeral, that's what I'm going to do. God, I should actually do that. Like, do one of these skewers. Like, hey, I have a pin. I think everyone will understand if I do what I got to do. Hey, Mary May. I love that. Many things to many people. His book has still followed him everywhere. That's wonderful. Oh yes, you've got to share the AIDzee. Absolutely. Well, see, Dr. Abigail, you have had a lot of heavy shit happening, and there's a bit of thing. So yeah, look, I'm like I said, I'm fine. Today I've been thinking about things. I think I was very much ready for this. But yeah, editing videos of him talking about death is a bit fucking weird, quite honestly. Justin, I think the weirdest doctor stories about people defying death are all about AIDzee, quite honestly. All right. I'm gonna do my whiskey, Jason. Ooh, what's that? Like shortbread. Ooh. Which one's this? Aberfeldy 12-year-old single malt from the Highlands. 40% ABV. Yeah, that's really shortbready flavor. Oh, yeah. Self-start is an excellent line. Well, there's almost something grapey about that, which is a weird tasting note. No, so far I don't know exactly when. I got a call at about 7 o'clock this morning. So, and the weirdest thing is, I thought it was my alarm because I was asleep, and I went, "Oh, fuck that," and I just hit the thing to stop it, and then I woke up and went, "Wait, that was a phone call," and there's a voicemail. I went, "Shit," and I went, and it was AIDzee's mum asking me to call back. So, I mean, I knew what the news was, and she confirmed it. So. Yeah, he did the trick so many times, it was easy to think he was going to keep doing it. As the thing, Dr. Echo, personally going through heavy shit, and I know AIDzee was being really supportive to you in recent months, which is a thing he always did. Despite the fact I don't think I know anyone who has been through as much medical trauma and survived as him. If you had any little problem, like, ow, I stubbed my toe, it really hurt. You go, oh, buddy, that's bad. That really sucks. I hate it when that happens. And then you remember what's been happening to him in the last week and going, why in God's name are you making a big deal about me stubbing my toe? And he's going, because it's real. What you're suffering is real. It's not a competition on suffering here. You're going through something bad, and I just want to offer support. Hey, Brian. Yeah, I mean, fact is, he was on the streams just last week. So yeah, the passing was pretty sudden. It's just a bout of pneumonia was too much for the poor guy. And that, I think he was the ultimate in empathy, actually, which you can bring a whole sort of weird irony in there with his autism and the stereotypes of autistic people not being empathetic. In a certain way, the way AIDzee described it himself, he had a learned empathy in that he fastidiously studied when he realized he didn't think and understand the same as everyone else. He made it like a study. I'm going to study people really closely and ask them what they're feeling when they do this facial emotion, or when their voice changes, or when their physical posture changes. And he, in a brain like a fucking encyclopedia, he compartmentalized everything. So he understood everything. And if you asked him, he would say, and I think anyone who knows him would back this up, he feels more and more deeply than a lot of people, just differently. Justin, I'm not aware of any obituary. Yep, Pat, sadly, AIDzee left us today. Brian, well, I mean, this was like pneumonia. This is when it's full on and extremely sudden. So who knows if the additional damp and cold contributed to it. So anyway, the thing you loved about AIDzee, yeah, he did. He had every right to minimize the trivial problems the rest of us have. But he always recognized what other people were going through, and which a lot of people could learn from. All right, I'm having another whiskey sip, this time of Glenlivet 18-year-old for Speyside. Another 40% ABV. Justin, it was pneumonia. Ooh, well, that's pleasant. American anarchists don't tell people you're suffering, acknowledge pain no matter how small. So you're also autistic. Yeah, I mean, I'm shitty about breaking news to people. I never know, oh, to what degree should I soft shoe it, and to what degree should I just say this is what happened? So I just tend to just say. AIDzee, Safa, did AIDzee have a favorite cocktail? Not that I know of, actually. Yummy. I'm just really sorry. I'm just thinking I was going to be sophisticated and give tasting notes on the whiskies, and all I'm thinking is, that was yummy. One was almost a bit herbal. The first one tasted a bit more like shortbread to me, a bit sweeter. Both very nice, though. I think I'm going to get another receptacle so I can drink some water, wash my mouth out, refresh my palate between tastes. So, excuse me for una secundo while I get a glass. All right, and then I will get some Wasser. And we get some peeing ASMR as my glass slowly fills. Oh shit, kicking plastic things around, a bit noisy. That's really me. So Megaleech told you this morning. I'm kind of glad I'm not at work. It works out for me that I'm on leave at the moment, so I don't have any additional stresses like dealing with work or anything. Oh yeah, no, I wasn't expecting anyone to judge me. It's just, and I'm not just talking about this incident. I can think of lots of things over the years where someone needed to know something, and I was going, "Oh God, what do I do? Do I just say it? Do I slowly build them up to it? How do I do it?" And I usually just say it. Hi, Thane. Thoughts with Angry, Dr. Bear. Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you is a positive for a lot of people. And I'm going to have another sip of whiskey. This is a 12-year-old single malt from the Arbalor Distillery at Speyside. At 40%. All right. Ooh. Wow, that's really sweet. It's like fruity. It's kind of like apples. Wow. It's really bright and fruity. Oh, God. Don't encourage me, Brian. Do a show about the worst way to announce a death. Shannon, howdy. I'm doing okay, thank you. Sloomy, work would let you leave if needed. Oh, that's okay. So, Brian, it's a joke, but I've heard a bad way to tell someone about a death, particularly a death in the family. It's like a boarding school, and the principal finds out one young lad, both his parents being killed in a car crash, and the principal says to the deputy, "Okay, you've got to break it to the kid, but sometimes you're really insensitive, so please be gentle, ease him into it. Okay, just don't just say it. Got to ease him into it." And the deputy goes, "I can do that." There's a school assembly, and all the kids are there, and the deputy goes up to the microphone and says, "Okay, I want to ask you all a question. Stand up if both your parents are alive." Up, not so fast, Watkins. Shannon probably will do an angry bunch. That's an idea. Give it straight to you like pear cider is made from 100% pears. AIDzee's dead. Another great memory of AIDzee. Yes, he did make people feel valued. Yes. Yeah. It's weird to find out a job offer and then AIDzee pass. Yeah, I mean, life's a roller coaster, really, isn't it? Mm. Ooh, okay, that's interesting. Oh, good. I'm glad the not so fast Watkins got a laugh. That's how I feel breaking news to people. Am I doing that? Uh, all right. Ooh, Salumi drinking honey Dubliner. I actually have some Irish whiskey samples as well. They're on sale today. I love things on sale. They're like designed to be Christmas gifts and they didn't get sold, so they marked them down. Oh, good. Got a laugh from Shannon as well with Not So Fast Watkins. Yes. There's the thing about able to say AIDzee's name 3 times to get him to appear. Look, I'm going to go out on a limb. I wouldn't be saying that into a mirror tonight. That's all I'm saying. Sadju, hello. Yes, and he's always been good to talk to. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, what can we say? It's like a lot of sad people today because he affected a lot of people over the years. Okay, we're getting a higher proof now, I think. 46% ABV. 15-year-old single malt. Goodness. Highlands. From the Highlands. Oh, that tastes almost burnt. Oh, not my favourite. I'll tell you that for free. Wow, that one's a bit weird. Invisible Chicken, New Arrivals not talking. Oh, yes, pour yourself a mocktail, but sure. Nice. Oh, is that one of those ones that you get in a bottle and it's got like powder, which is basically sugar and some flavor and a bunch of dried fruit? I get them occasionally. Yeah. No, buddy, that's a good way. Beautiful and terribly sad. Yeah. And I think that's what we need a celebration. Okay. Definitely my least favorite so far. Old Pulteney Distillery. What is that? Because it's like figs or dates right at the end. Ugh. Oh God. Okay, well that was a plan, Lisa. I like that. Telling your mum about her sister started by getting her stoned. That's a strategy. I like it. Oh God, Dr. Abigail, if I had breakfast flapjacks, I would be eating them. I think there should be no shame. I actually just had a huge fucking cheesy bread thing for dinner because I couldn't be fucked doing anything more. Yes, in to support locals, Invisible Chicken, all for it. Slow and Crystal. Uh, I thought he had the Keith Richards genome. I mean, apparently the limit on cheating death is about 9 times. Brian, do I remember AIDZee's taste? As in, oh right, yeah. Well, he would have been well on board with the whiskies I'm drinking now. Yeah, actually, that would have cheered him up, Safa, seeing the Labor government's elected. Yes, he wouldn't want us to be mournful. He's a comedian, after all. Do you want to go on a ride? It was a ride, definitely. Shannon, friend passed unexpectedly, had to break the news to everyone. Gosh, do the same for your father. Yeah, yeah. I guess you're right. Be direct. Ooh, 4 flapjacks, each with butter rolled up into one Uber Jack. Well, that sounds fucking awesome, honestly. That sounds truly awesome. I'm going to taste another whiskey. Talisker 10-year-old. I actually have a bottle of Talisker 10-year-old over there. Could be a different vintage. Ooh, smoky. This is the first really smoky one. Yeah, Brian, I think he definitely appreciated seeing that, the decisive nature of both of those. How did AIDzee taste? Like salted caramel, maybe. Oh, ooh, that's smoky. That's a barbecue in a liquid right there. Yes, Safa, I'm sure boss of the house has family with him because they're all in Melbourne. Not sure if and when AIDzee's family are getting here. They may have come up when he got put into the coma. Oh God, Liam, favorite memories of AIDzee. Jesus Christ. They're all colorful and deranged. Like seriously, this one came up on my Facebook memories the other day, and even the way I described it then, like this entire script was Adrian's idea. So anyone who's really angry has to direct it at him. This is going to make people hate me. And it was called proper care and feeding of your tardy. AIDzee being the tardy. And a lot of it was making fun of those ads that are trying to get money out of you, like care for underprivileged kids or people in famine or whatnot, or disabled people. And it was basically a joke about how people's care might not last that long. And it was all inspired by, we were with a few friends and there was a dumpster, and as he said, we should make a video where you throw me up on the dumpster because I'm useless. And that's where it came from. And then there was this awful bad taste video, and I probably hadn't watched it in years, and was like, good Lord. Trady, mate, yes, it is a bit sad. He is true character. Justin, AIDzee has two brothers. Yes. The local Dagani is, man, oh God, someone should probably go in and tell them in all seriousness. Oh, that's a shame, Shana. Yeah, you brought it up. Because I'm sure he would have loved to have the real life hug with you too. Smoky. Oh man, that is just incredible. That is incredible smoke. The Isla scotches are the really renowned smoky ones. This one's actually from the Isle of Skye, which is a different island. Okay, if you don't want to, if you do want to piss off a whiskey snob, when you see a whiskey that says it's from Islay, that's an island. If you really want to piss off a whiskey snob, say that's from Islay. I know I used to say that, because but yeah, it's pronounced Isla. So it's an Isla Scotch. And this is Lagavulin 8-year-old. These are the really renowned smoky ones. Doesn't smell as smoky as the Talisker, actually. Whoa, that's intense. Hello, Hellion. Hello, Kirsten. Oh, wowzers. I know why people like Lagavulin. Yes, we should go to Degani's and have a wait for him. He spent so much time there. Hey, Ozzy Hobbit, you're driving. Oh, you think I broke the news? Well, thank you. Definitely not so fast, Watkins. Yes, American anarchist. It's a Scottish Gaelic word, which is why it's not pronounced the English way. Islay. It's Isla. Yes, I think it would be fair to call AIDzee Chief Rapscallion, Kirsten. Most definitely. Bring up his sex stories. I blocked out any sex stories he told me, quite honestly, because he insisted on telling me all the time. Man, those whew, holy, these are smoky in really different ways. Intense though, good lord. Ah, that's an interesting observation. The Scottish Gaelic being more related to Spanish than English. It's got to do with seafood. Yes, Tradie Trev. He was a dirty fucker. He really was. Laura, hello. Yes, it is sad. No, yeah, again, that's I want to be positive. Yes, Safa, there's lots of Deganis, obviously. His local one, um, forgetting the name of it. Oh, he did love to share the sex stories. There's no two ways about it. Oh, yes, like being a double adapter. Yes. And I actually used his line when because what turned out to be a false positive in my bowel cancer screening, so I had to go in and have a colonoscopy, laparoscopy, where they run the camera on the tube down your throat and up your butt at the same time. Um, and when they're explaining to me in the hospital, I'm like, "Oh, we're doing the old spit roast, are we?" And that actually got a laugh. That was AIDzee's line. Oh yeah, sorry, Laura. This was an indulgence from today, um, and I think AIDzee would appreciate me drinking scotches. There's a whole sampler of single malt scotches, and they're yummy. Thank you, Northgate. That's what I was trying to remember. And yes, he was very naughty with the sex. Shannon, yes, the double adapter. Oh yeah. Oh god, that is tame. That is extremely tame. I mean, um, even one of the core early stories in Code Grey are about is about the comedy gig that went so well. He got paid a huge amount of money, given a pile of drugs, and then went to an orgy. So, all right, okay. I think the first two were my favourites: the Glenlivet 18-year-old and the Aberfeldy 12-year-old. Wasn't a big fan of Arblaw. Wasn't a big fan of Old Pulteney. And these smoky ones, there if you want something smoky. I love that, Kirsten. You came in just when I was saying whiskey snob. What was I calling you? Yeah, Nettie. I've been rewatching Code Grey to get some stuff for a tribute video. Oh, whoosh. Um, we don't get that competition. Um, I'm not moving north of the river. New. Um, yes, nobody. He swears that story about going for a swim in the ocean as dawn broke after the orgy, and a dolphin going over his girlfriend's head. He swears that's a true story. American Annex like the smoky Scotch. Well, both these fit the bill. The Talisker 10-year-old is very, to me, is almost like a barbecuey smoke, and the Lagavulin is really potent in a different way. Now we're going how far north the river we all are. Oh dear. I always get directions wrong in Melbourne anyway when people talk about north, south, east, west. I always get it wrong. All right. I put these aside. I can have another tasting another night of them. Whoops. There I go, knocking some stuff over. Dear. Stories that would make Aphrodite and Sappho blush. Goodness me. Nobody might be the furthest north of the river tonight, yes. That sounds like something he'd do, Chris. Have drinks with a general after a comedy show. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Salumi. That's a thing we've got to do. Raise a glass in a memory. Lemonhead, hey, yes. Thank you for repping Toronto this evening. We have had a few people from all over. It's nice to have people giving a hat tip to AIDzee. Now I'm going to decide, am I going to have a cocktail or get straight into the Irish whiskey? Maybe I should do the Irish whiskey before I get drunk so I can taste it properly. Kirsten, you're near a river. There you go. I love that, Liz. He would appreciate not only in your first same-gender relationship, first time you tried to do it, it was pure chaos. I think he'd love both of those. Hey, Rob. Yes, it is a brother we've lost. Sorry, Kirsten, you can't tell us if you're in Victoria, New South Wales. Is that because you don't know or because it's a secret? I'm intrigued. Anyway, I'm going to just do a little taste. Hello, Benzie. What are you doing? What is that fluff in your mouth, you freaking weirdo? Yeah, this isn't cat food. I picked the little Irish whiskey thing up and she seemed super interested. It's not cat food. That was, you're right, that was our last interaction with AIDzee. Putting him, resting him to sleep. Again, that, I hadn't watched the streams back. I wanted to remember how it finished. Ah, that's actually beautiful. Oh, yes, I'm not doing anything to excess tonight. But I'm having a few drinkies. All right, so Trinity Pack from the Teeling Distillery in Dublin. I think they're in Dublin. How does this even open? Ah, like this. Is that a magnet? Yes, it's got a little magnet there. Neat. All right, so what have we got in the 3 Irish whiskies? Come on, come out, G bastard. We have a single malt. Fucking hell, they're really stuck in here. Nettie, I got these from Woolworths. They were on sale because they were meant to be Christmas presents and they didn't get bought. So that's my hot tip. Check out a Woolworths bottle shop. The little tasting packs that are on sale. And this is small batch. No, this is single grain. And it's got lots of little letters on it. Where'd I put my phone? My old eyes need a bit more light. Non-chill filtered. Aged in wine casks. Single grain Irish whiskey. 40% ABV. 46%, I should say. So that's a single grain whiskey. The small batch is 46% as well. 6 months in rum casks. Neat. And then this one, single malt. Also 46%. Oh, maybe the box actually, the little bottles don't have much information. Maybe the box does. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Okay, so Single grain. It's not telling me more. It's just got tasting notes. And I don't want to cheat. I don't want to read their tasting notes. I might read their tasting notes after I taste them myself. Alrighty. So I'm going to try. We'll go with Teeling single malt Scotch whiskey, Irish whiskey. Why did I say Scotch? Did you just sneeze on me? Rude. Rude. Actually, I might pour them all out. I can air a bit. Single malt, small batch. Are you trying to touch me there? What are you doing, you weirdo? Absolute weirdo? She is. What are you doing? She got very excited when I picked up the box like she thought it was cat food or something. It's not cat food. You wouldn't like it. And single grain. All right. You love Mimsy's constant scowl. She does have a bit of a serious expression. Yeah, your cat sneezes in your ear. It is. It's rude. It's rude, Mimsy. It's rude. Okay. Ooh. Ooh, wow. Again, aroma-wise, this is probably more my things than the Scotch. Very honeyish. Andrew, thanks for dropping in before going to work. And yes, raise a glass later. Oh gosh, you have 5 cats of varying chaos and scowling skills. The medication's working for her, definitely. She hasn't put on a lot of weight, but she's put on some, and her disposition has improved. So the medicine's working, isn't it? Yes. Hopefully you continue to improve because you weren't very well. It's a decent tingle on the tongue, that one. So, she does look a bit stoned, actually. She got that bit of a sleepy look about you, don't you? Don't you silly cat? Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. There's some more water. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Okay, Nettie, I never watched Poldark, but I love the idea that Mimsy reminds you of a cranky old lady in Poldark. What's that? Is that? It's just like some fluff on your lips. What's that about? Don't get in the way of a 100th birthday. She'll ruin your life. Okay. Oh, gosh. Okay, so what's the next Irish whiskey? Small batch. Doesn't have a strong aroma as the last one. No. Ooh, that's quite different. That's really vanilla-y. First one was kind of almost like herbal spicy, and this one's all vanilla-y. Sorry, you think about Queensland things. You get tripped out. Other states let you buy booze in the supermarket. Well, next to the supermarket, not actually in the supermarket. You have to, but yes, it's right there. Oh my God, that is really vanilla. Yeah, you're such a big shook. You silly cat. Almost definitely doing a New Year's stream because I certainly am not interested in going out and being in big crowds of people. Not interested at all. So we, as in me, Mrs. Angry, and maybe some of the family, will be chilling out here on New Year's Eve. That's different again. Ooh. Wow, what is that? Hmm. It's almost like buttered toast. Okay, what do they describe it as? Single malt, which I had first. Nose, vibrant with notes of melon, figs, toffee, and lemon. I didn't get any of that. Taste, balanced mix of dry fruit, citrus, vanilla, spice, and cloves. Finish along with sweetness, harmony, tannins. Yeah, I kind of got the fruits and spice and cloves a bit. Okay, so small batch. Taste, the nose. Vanilla, spice, sweet notes of rum. Taste velvety smooth with unique marriage of dry fruit, raisin sweetness, cereal, and wood. Finish, sweet spice, finish complemented by woody undertones. And the single grain. Nose, spice and fruit notes mingle with an underlying sweet nose. Taste, strong spice developing into lush red berries, drying tannin effect at the end. Finish, dry finish dominated by wood and spice. Goodness. Man, they come up with wanky tasting notes. By they, I mean everyone. So you're spending time with partner and Metamore? Nice. Things since late September? Nice. Back in the Oztube days. Am I being blown the whole time? Oh, gosh. Some of those early YouTube meetups, very alcohol-fueled. So you had the last few months moving, starting to date someone, new job, good chaos, need to wait. Yeah, you need some chill time, I think. Chill time, like Mimsy, be chill. And maybe someone will scratch you under the chin as well. No, you don't take much to keep you happy, does it? Silly cat. Such a silly cat. I'm going to sleep next to me on the bed later. Oh, you get head like that. You get head pats. That's nice. Oofed. Okay. I've done those tastings. That's my cocktail that I made. Ugh. Come on, you can do it. Ah. Ah. Oh. Squeaky cork noises. There you go. It's a fun cork ASMR. Oof. Okie dokie. You like head pats, Mimsy? Apparently Salumi likes head pats. You like chin scratches more though, don't you? Yes. Yes, you do. With it. Battery in there. Oof, that's good. It's basically a gin-based Manhattan. Dr. Abigail longing for head pats and head scratches. Well, who knows, if you can be patient while Salumi gets here. Dangerous to tell. Hello. Looking forward to stopping at his place in years watching the fireworks. Yes, lots of things that won't happen now. Oh, God. You are so awkward, you weird bloody cat. She just almost fell off. It's Tradie Trev. You have to look after your mum's cats. Cat hates all the food you give you. Should you watch telly and feed her treats? Well, if it works, man. Oh, God. Mimsy's just... No, don't go over there. There's too much shit for you to knock over. Mimsy was just being nosy and sort of sniffing at all the little whiskey tasting bottles. Oh, yeah, if you only had 2 hours of broken sleep last night, you are doing pretty well. Oh, my God. Salumi being horny on me. There's a whole bunch of stuff, very AIDzee appropriate stuff, went through my head there. I'm thinking, oh, don't encourage them. Oh my God. God, I'm just thinking now of the old Kenny Everett character, Angry of Mayfair. You're sure I'd give a good thrashing. Trouble is, you'd probably enjoy it. Maybe she's come back over here. She's... Do not climb up on the counter. Just don't. No. I know it's something different and you're really intrigued, but it's not fucking cat food. Don't. She is like looking at the little bottles of scotch and she's really she's really curious. No, don't. There is too much stuff you'll break if... God, take a fucking hint, cat. Don't go up there. Too much stuff you can break. No, they say curiosity killed the cat. More often than not, curiosity killed the cat. Sniffing, they casually knock shit over. So like a second half of that saying something like curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back. Something like that. So I just saw an article once where it's like people don't realize they're only using half of a saying, and the second half contradicts what a lot of people think about the first half. You after something?
Oh, no. I just thought Lucy was being troublesome.
No, now she's seen you. She's going to go be troublesome to you. Oh, look, it's Food Lady. Maybe there's food involved. You weird cat.
Oh, you want the parmesan, don't you?
Yeah, spike the cat's water so it gets the munchies. See, Salumi, neither of our cats has an affinity for catnip because we actually tried it, and neither of them were into it. Or there are some absolutely fucking wild photos of cats in catnip. Oh yes, yeah, Invisible Chicken. The full version of blood is thicker than water is the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb, because that's like the old literal blood oath. It's like saying if you swear a blood oath with someone, that's more binding than familial relationships. Yep, that's the one. What's the other one? There's the old people say like jack of all trades, master of none. But there's another part of it that says, but often better than master of one. All right, so OP's a stoner. I've got straight edge cats. No, but he ate a cat years ago, offered catnip, gave a sniff, casually ate it, didn't go nuts. Yeah, it's not all cats, but holy crap, the stuff I've seen of cats who are massive fucking stoners for catnip, it's wild. Like actually seeing cats being stoned and they appear horny as well. So, Abigail, you heard the version "Blood of the Bond" is thicker than. Well, bond, yeah, covenant. It's swearing an oath. It's referring. It's referring to a blood oath. I'm not sure humans get anything out of catnip, Trev, but it's always worth trying. So, Laura, you visited some friends from Christmas, gave the cats catnip infused plushy donuts. Yep, see, that one's the stoner. Yeah, you can get a whole bunch of cat toys that have catnip in them. And if the cat is susceptible to them, they will just go bonkers. Yes. That's it. That's the full one. Jack of all trades, but master of none, oftentimes better than master of one. So people often only say the first bit that says like, oh, if you're a little bit skilled in a lot of things, you're not an expert in anything. But the full saying is you're probably more useful than someone who's just focused on one thing. Oh, that's an interesting one, Lisa. Your cat's going for the nip when it's cold out. They want some warming cat drugs. Yes. Great minds think alike. Fools seldom differ. Yes, I love that one. So, nobody had a cat try tea. Running out 3 times at the wall of the shed. Oh, well, that's something. Swimming, not the nip most go for. Oh my God. Okay. I'm seeing the mood you're in tonight. Okay. What would AIDzee say? Pursed lips of disapproval, except he would very much approve. No, the more expert someone is, more you know about less and less. Someone is expert enough to know everything about nothing. Which I love that as a saying. But an actual real world thing is the confidence people have the more they know about something. It's like the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's like stupid people are too stupid to know how stupid they are, and they have a tendency to have massive confidence about their competence and knowledge and things. Whereas someone who really deeply gets into something, most of the times it's like, they start off going, that looks interesting, but I don't know anything about it. I'm going to research it. They research it for a while. Man, now I know heaps about this. Then they research it for years and go, holy shit, I don't know anything. There's so much about this. So it's like one of the world's big problem. Smart people doubt themselves and morons are always sure of themselves. Starve a cold, feed a fever. Music way better. I love it. Jack of all trades, master of none, oftentimes better than an autistic ADHD person with a special interest. You're still dodging Rona. God, I spent a lot of time worried about getting it again. Oh, nice. The early bird gets the worm, but the late owl gets the mouse. It's a good one too. Oh, God. Okay. Dedry's talent. I don't know if you're making fun of the thing. Elon Musk said you should believe polls because Vox Populi, Vox Dei, like the voice of the people is the voice of God. Again, that was only half the saying. I forget the full thing is, but the full version of that is basically don't ascribe wisdom to the brain of the mob. So basically, the full version of that saying is the exact opposite of what Elmo thinks it is. He's a fucking moron. He's so fucking stupid. Yep, Salumi, I wear a mask commuting and in the supermarket. Leave. See, I don't actually. No, I do leave home for date time. Mrs. Angry and I do Saturday night dates. Oh, nice, Trevor. I like that. Like your videos at the moment. You film your fuck ups, solve electrical puzzles. Excellent. Loving it. Laura, when you had your cat neutered, feel guilty saying, if someone put me to sleep and I woke up to find my genitals had been messed with, I'd been upset. And now that's your big plan. Oh, holy crap. That's excellent. Ah, yes. Expert drip under pressure. And yes, I've heard Dr. Abigail's one about an X is a has-been. Drip is a spurt is a drip under pressure. Science teacher said that to me in high school. Safa, how long is a piece of string? I don't know. Just going to keep going, man. Might finish at 10. I mean, what's it? 9:20 now? I'm feeling fine. Actually, does anyone want to join in? Sorry, Shannon was asking about it earlier. Grasshopper was asking about it earlier. And I said yes, and then I didn't put the link there. Birds of a feather flock together until the cat comes. Oh, right. Young fella, me lad, I'd give you a spanking, but it would just encourage you. Phil says yes. All right, you know what? I'm going to do it. I don't know who wants to join. I will copy that. And I'll put it here. And for reasons we still don't understand, I have to go over to Facebook just in case Shannon's there. Come on, goddammit. I have to manually put it into Facebook. Did that work? Did it what? Okay. Yes, Salumi, I know you. I know you. Oh my God. Okay. We got Dr. Abigail. Hello. We got Laura.
My Gavanen.
Hello, hello.
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 Hello. Oof. And dangerously talented Phil. How you doing?
Good evening.
All right.
I want to show off if I can find it. This pin was given to me for Christmas by
nice.
Will's partner.
Yes.
Because they both know me so well.
It's a duck?
Isn't it the cutest, ugliest, cutest duck you've ever seen?
Is it like multiple ducks? It's got multiple legs and multiple beaks.
It's a long boy duck. It's got 4 legs, uber beak, and it's one duck. It's so cute. I love it.
I like it. That's nice.
Hello, Salumi. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yep.
And it's a drake because it's got drake feathers at the back too.
Oh, okay. So there you go.
It is a long
duck
long boy. Yeah. And
And
I don't know if I've shown Jake on stream before. Yes,
I believe so. Yes.
my emotional support duck. This is Jake
Yeah.
the Drake. He's been invaluable to me in the past few days, weeks, months.
Doing his emotional support duck job. Nice.
Yes. Although coming into the silly season and with all the socializing that I've having to do, what I really need right now is an emotional support extrovert.
Someone to put the energy out.
Yeah. Someone to like go out, start conversations, help me meet people, and
Right.
then when I've had enough, we can come home and snuggle,
Nice.
And yes,
that
Jake
sounds
can-
like a plan, something to aim for.
yeah. Instead of just like me sitting in a corner looking awkward, which I've done.
Yeah, no, that's me. The old REM line. That's me in the corner.
Yeah. Oh, Megaleech, you were at PAX? Because that PAX is where I found this shirt. So it's got the pinout for RJ45 connectors and everything, and the layout for RJ45 plugs and all the wiring. Yeah, a rabbit, a bunny. Oh, the duck shirt. Oh, okay. The duck shirt. Yes. Okay.
I went to my daughter's
wanted
uni
a duck.
graduation a little while back. Monash out in the sticks a little bit, and yeah, just as I was walking back to the car, a bunny just madly bounding along.
Okay.
And Grasshopper's joining as well. There we go.
Hey, Grasshopper.
Ladies and gentlemen, how are we?
Doing fine.
I am alive.
I'm not.
Fair enough.
Thank you for trying, Megaleech. I really appreciate that. Grasshopper, your wife says hello. Yeah, she says hello.
Then I've only got one question. Who the hell did I just put to bed?
If my wife wormholes, parallel realities.
If my wife has a doppelganger, then this world is doomed.
I remember seeing not a rabbit, but an actual hare in a paddock in Ringwood once. The thing was massive.
Right.
And long as well.
Yes.
You get them out here. Out in my horse paddock, you'll see hares occasionally. Snakes, possums, and on really rare occasions, gigantic fuck-off kangaroos.
Yeah, here's some big ones. Thanks, Trev. I was proud. Also, yes, she graduated with honours, so pretty.
Oh, congrats to your daughter graduating.
Yeah, from her linguistics. She was going to go on to like post-grad stuff, but she slightly revised her plans for next year. So she's like, okay, I'm graduating, I'm finished, and she's going to work for a year to get some money, and then we'll consider if she's going to go back and do like post-grad up to PhD level stuff. So,
have a good reason to do a PhD.
I know. Yeah.
Because it's soul draining and it's a depression factory.
I start my PhD in 3 weeks. And I'm like,
now you know you got something to look forward to.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
Have a really good reason to.
I do,
get a
and
PhD.
I'm really passionate. But I'm also
Excellent.
just like, I just know the amount of work that's going to be coming with it.
Yeah, it's not just the work; it's the isolation that you will face while you do it.
Yeah.
Because it trains you to be super skeptical of everything, isolate yourself, and just bury yourself in work. That's that's how PhD programs are organized in the Western world. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think Europe, actually, I tell a lie, Europe are getting better. Like some of the universities in Europe. Oh, shit. I just hit myself with support material.
Okay.
3D printing.
Good call out, put Aussie Hobbit there, who's old school YouTuber. She's going, my daughter graduating uni makes you feel old. Yeah, you know what? Last time they were on my videos, she was under 10 years old. She's 25 now.
Yeah. My goddaughter graduating uni and becoming a lawyer. That was it. That was the quintessential feel old moment for me, and it's never gone away.
Was that the screaming mum's phone video?
Sorry, Whip?
You made a video many years ago, and it was, hey, you know that streaming thing you do? I think that'd be great for mums and phone messages.
Yes, that was one. The two of them were actually in several videos.
Grasshopper, is that the same goddaughter I met when I was at your place?
He's got a mouthful of food.
It's a mouthful of Chiquito, and nobody wants to see that.
Old school Chiquito. That's
they're the best.
As the it's one of the number one etiquette rules of orgies. Don't talk with your mouth full. It's
unless it's a safe word.
Yeah, the better one.
Hopefully your voice isn't full.
Scorched peanut bar. That also came back.
Oh God, I don't know.
They are really good, but I love the Chiquitos because they're really chewy.
No, I love
Good night. Good night, Lisa.
Good night.
Lisa saying good night. Yeah.
The goddaughter that you met in my land
in the chat.
She and her sister are my unofficial goddaughters. I have two actual official where I'm on the paperwork goddaughters. One of whom is living with me at the moment, and her older sister.
Hang on, backtrack a second there. Is there an official goddaughter program thing happening that I'm unaware of?
In Catholicism, yes. There's an actual document.
No shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
In Catholicism,
is it legally binding?
As far as I understand it, it can be legally binding. Like if when the girls were young, like really young. As far as I understand the document, it was if her mum and dad, if their parents both passed away tragically and they survived, that I would be considered to be the next person in line to take care of the kids.
Okay.
That's less of a legal thing today, but that is definitely what it was in the past.
But nowadays it's more about the spiritual raising. And
okay.
I failed
I am
at that.
flabbergasted. Well, spiritual raising can mean many things.
It sure
mean,
can.
I basically just told them to be true to themselves and left it at that.
Cool. I get a lot of spiritualism from the natural world.
Yeah.
No need to bring religious hocus pocus nonsense into it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the way that I viewed it was, you don't if you are good because of religious reasons, that doesn't actually make you good. If you were good because you want to be good, that makes you good.
Yes. If a religious person gets inspiration and guidance that helps them to be good, that's a positive. But the idea of being good to avoid punishment is fucked.
It's like the moral arguments that a lot of Christians like to give. They say that without God and without Bible, there can be no morals. And when they're trying to argue that point, they're like, if you don't believe in God, then you could just go out and rape and murder and kill everybody that you want to because there's no consequences.
I already do that.
Exactly. Yes. That's exactly the argument that I've made to them.
I mean,
that's the Penn and Teller line. Christians, you're right. Without religion, I rape and murder as many people as I want to, which is fucking none. I don't want to do it.
Yep.
Yes. As opposed to Catholic priests.
Oof, yes. Yes, they've not got a good track record.
A friend of the family, they actually did a trip and they went and had a look through the Vatican and everything. went all around the town. And their response when they got back to Australia was that the Vatican is like, if you've never been there before and you don't know what it is to expect, it is like an homage to men loving on children. Like,
God.
apparently the whole thing just gives you this, the art, the decor, the way that that everything is, even
What?
if you didn't know anything about the whole pedophile priests and all of that sort of stuff, that it really does give that overwhelming feeling and vibe of older men loving younger boys.
You'd look at it and go, "This
Yeah.
is all a bit sus."
Hey, Angry, I've got a video which goes right on this. It's only 1 minute 34 seconds. It's like, what the fuck? You know, do you want to share it with us? It's only 1 minute 34 seconds. It's really short.
Okay, I'm going to have to. Oh, it's on your channel. Okay.
Yeah.
It's on the private chat.
The best part of it is in the middle, there's a guy that's in black and white, and you can see his expression is just classic. It's brilliant.
How about we just put it in? Put the link in the chat and people can watch it, because we don't want to get a copyright strike on
It's mine.
Angry's channel. Yeah, but the YouTube doesn't care about that.
Okay.
It's an old Google Plus chat.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Google Plus! I forgot about that.
Yeah.
You know what? I really loved Google Plus. Most people didn't bother with it. They were just trying to be Facebook, and it didn't succeed.
Yeah.
But there was I was a part of a big community, and when Google Plus was closed, it all fragmented and went all over the place. You know, it's a bit like, you know, when you got cliques, and you know, the individual cliques sort of disappeared off in their own little things. So you got some people that overlap, but a lot of people who you don't even see anymore, which is kind of sad.
Speaking of
gonna
like
happen to
defunct
Twitter.
social media sites. Speaking
Yahoo
of defunct
groups?
social media site, Yahoo Groups was one. I never had a MySpace, but did anybody here ever have a bloody live journal back in the day?
No.
Oh, I still have my live journal. I still have a working login to live journal. Unfortunately, I don't have a working MySpace anymore, but I did have MySpace. And my
Wow.
live journal still works. My DeviantArt account still works.
Oh, DeviantArt. Oh my God, I forgot about that.
Hey,
Yeah.
my Grimlock tattoo, I commissioned an artist from DeviantArt to do the art for my tattoo, and I
That's
put
good.
some of my own art on DeviantArt. But yes, I have a lot of cringe on live journal.
Invisible Chicken has live
it's all
journal.
it's all set to private now. It's all privated because
No,
that
was
mine,
going.
Just quick thing, that video of mine, Angry or Abigail, do you want to drop it in the live chat, so other people can?
I'll do it.
if you wish.
All right.
I got it.
you know, we there was this thing that went around for a little while, where if you opened the link, it would download your entire old live journal as one readable PDF document. And I was like, all right, why not? Let's see how bad it was. And oh man, I was such an idiot. Man, so many posts of, for all intents and purposes, fuck off, we're full type rhetoric.
Oh no! I had a suicide note on mine from when deep in my depression days, like 15 years ago. I had some of the cringiest stuff.
Oh man, no, I remember reading that PDF and just kind of going, if there was a time machine right now, I wouldn't want to use it for anything else other than to go and find my younger self and just
Just slap.
give them a good double bitch slap. Like, wake the fuck up. Oh man, yeah, no, that was just cringe on so many levels of cringe. It's like the really popular YouTubers out there who do the whole thing of like, they click on a link and it's their first ever video that they uploaded to YouTube, and all of them are basically sitting there going, did I actually, oh my God. Angry, would that be for you as well, do you think, the first video that you ever uploaded?
Nah. The first one, but I'm wearing the mask. I'm sitting on the toilet complaining about people who hang toilet paper the wrong way.
Oh, totally deserved.
Yeah, so I stick by that, but I'm not being angry. It was actually the second one I did like, oh, I said the stuff I wanted to say, but I didn't do angry thing. So the second one, I was doing blah and doing, but no, I'd go, quality content is what I'd say.
I did use your supercut of "Shut the fuck up" on YouTube. I did use that as a reply to a family member about a year ago. Who were posting up a whole bunch of right-wing fucking rhetoric bullshit.
Yeah.
And I just basically posted the link to the supercut of you going, "Shut the fuck up."
I was always quite happy with those. The 20 different ways I managed to say "shut the fuck up." Finishing with really screaming at the top of my lungs, "Sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up."
Sorry, wrestling. You're coming through really, really quiet, bud. We can barely hear you, mate.
But someone else reminded me of one the other day, and I remember back in the days when you did response videos, and that was a way to get attention before that just got overwhelmed with spam and YouTube just stopped the feature. But I had one, and there was a very popular YouTube channel that had a thing like the greatest lie ever told, and I forget what they said, and it's quite a short video where I go like, "Oh, you know what I think is the greatest lie ever told? I'm not a hater. No, you're just giving unsolicited, fucked up attitude to people who don't know if you are alive, and people who don't give a shit." And I just do this whole rant about dickheads who said, "I'm just keeping it real." And it's just like, no one fucking cares. Shut the fuck up. And it was like a 30-second rant about how I hated people who said, "I'm not a hater, but I'm going to criticize someone who didn't ask for my opinion." And then I walked off the screen, and I was watching it going, I'm sure I did something else. And then suddenly I bounded back onto camera and went, "And you can't fucking spell either."
No, it's equivalent to those guys that are like, "I'm not a racist, but."
Yeah.
What really gets me is people who are like, what do they say? I'm a straight shooter. You're not a fucking straight shooter. You just want to be an asshole. You just want to use that as an excuse to be an asshole. You're not a straight shooter.
Yeah.
No.
A straight shooter can still be diplomatic.
A straight shooter can tell the truth without
hurting people's feelings.
Yeah, without saying something that is obviously going to hurt somebody's feelings in regards to the situation.
Exactly.
And a straight shooter can shut the fuck up if no one ever asked them anything. You know?
My favorite ones are the ones who call you an idiot but can't spell.
No, the best ones are the ones that call you an idiot and then try to defend their point of view with complete and utter bullshit.
Yes.
That has always been my favorite.
Yeah. I did get reminded of one recently. It was like a Facebook memory. I screenshotted the comment. Someone who made 3 spelling and or grammatical errors in a 3-word attempt at an insult. It was like, "You're an idiot." And they spelled idiot wrong. They said "a idiot" instead of "an idiot," and they used the wrong "your." And I just were like, this is like the funniest fucking thing. You're trying to say I'm stupid, and you made 3 errors in a 3-word sentence.
One of my best friends in the world is a lovely, lovely lady by the name of Alana who lives over in Perth. For Christmas about 4 years ago, I got her a shirt that has written on the front, "You had me at the correct use of your."
Nice.
Okay, somebody's Discord is going nuts. Is it mine?
It's usually Laura's.
Who's the
Yep,
most
that's
popular?
Laura's.
Discord, because you're not using something like, say, Voicemeeter that puts different apps on different sound channels, like I do.
Yeah.
And so I could literally be listening to Discord, Spotify, YouTube, you name it, on the same PC, and no one would hear a thing. Or pipe any one of them through my microphone channel, the same channel that this mic is on.
And Dr. Abigail set that up for me, and I don't use it because I'm old
You
and I
said
don't
it.
understand it.
You installed it on my recommendation.
Yeah, well,
You set it up.
yeah.
I fixed that up
Yes, you did.
and I gave you a like a description of how it works,
Yes, you did.
and now it's not working again.
No, because I'm old and I don't like strange and confusing things.
I will. Well, tech support. I will fix it up again for you.
All
I
right.
don't judge.
All right.
But being old is no excuse to not learn new things.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
If you stop learning, you stop living. That's my motto.
Yeah.
Well, I'm dead inside, so you know.
Funny enough, I know someone else who's somewhat dead inside, and that's a guy called Andrew Tate. Did you hear about that one?
Oh, good lord!
I don't even know who he is. Who
He's
is he?
some kickboxer moron, and he decided.
Oh no, he's more than that. Like,
Yeah, I'm sharing a screen with you, Ozzy. You'll appreciate it.
No, he was a guy that like tried to make a bit of a name for himself by trying to be a more wankery version of Jordan Peterson, basically.
So
I still don't know who he is.
Yeah, some nobody, you know.
He's
okay.
Anyway, so
he's very famous amongst a certain group of people.
You got to share this because I'm scrolling up. So he decided he was going to take on Greta Thunberg.
Too small. I don't think anyone can see it. I can't see it.
Hello, Greta Thunberg. I have 33 cars. My Bugatti has a big engine. My 2 Ferraris, yada, yada, yada. This is just the start. Please provide your email address so I can send you a complete list of my car collection and the respective missions.
I don't wait for Greta Thunberg's reaction.
And here's her reply. Yes, please do enlighten me. Email me at smalldickenergy@getalife.com.
Yeah,
and he's like,
why would he do that though?
No, here's the even more ridiculous thing. Yeah, no, here's the even more ridiculous thing though. He responded to that by saying, "Thank you, Greta, for letting everybody know that you've got a small dick." And it's like, are you aware that Greta identifies as a female? You fuckwad.
No, he was making a gross, misogynist, transphobic,
which is
joke.
His entire fucking shtick. Yeah,
it was the thing. It was the most pathetic. I know what you are, but what am I? That I've heard since I was
and not long ago he came out trying to say that he's Muslim, and you know people turned around to him and basically said, you know, Islam is the motherlode of bad ideas, and he's like, well, don't be an Islamophobe then. Really, you're going to fucking go off of people for being phobic of something? Really?
Oh, he's just a con man. The bottom line is he's a con man, and he's worked out a particular shtick that is just a pack of lies that he's going to appeal to very stupid, very insecure males whom you can milk a lot of money from. Sorry, Chris on Facebook. I am sad to say it is not fake. AIDzee just departed this mortal coil this morning. So this is a cheers to him stream. So
it's empty, but cheers, AIDzee.
I have a glass of pina colada in my hand.
Oh, nice. You appreciate that.
Even though it's only it was only 10 o'clock in the morning. That's my sort of wave to AIDzee.
And he would very much applaud you having a pina colada at 10 in the morning.
Yeah.
So,
I've also lit a candle sort of for him, I suppose.
I think he'd like that.
Unlike AIDzee, it actually smells nice. So
Yeah, and he'd appreciate that. He would very much appreciate that.
I think
He really would.
I think he'd
I'd
prefer
appreciate
to
that
set
joke as
something
well.
else on fire.
You know,
though.
Sorry, say that again dangerously.
I think he'd prefer to set something else on fire, though.
Every time I've been to AIDzee's apartment,
Yeah.
it didn't smell.
No, he was actually pretty clean for all the discussion.
He was, yeah.
It's
Apparently,
a
no,
joke.
can't stick around, but this
It's-
stinks. Goodbye. See you, mate.
Yeah. Chris.
Yeah, it's only a joke. I think he would have laughed.
Yeah, no, of course.
Oh,
no,
you know,
he'd love it.
AIDzee would
He
have
would have
loved,
loved that joke. If this is what
Anyone
you
watch
okay,
CoffeeZilla? No.
CoffeeZilla is like is someone who does the videos wanting to expose scam artists.
Yeah, he mainly exposes crypto scams.
And
Yeah.
it's always the same story.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Yeah, this person, surprise, surprise, is a fucking scammer. And what I love, I did see some CoffeeZilla because he got onto those Twitter chat things a couple of times where usually only a couple people have a microphone and someone let him speak. And he put that dickhead who's going to go to jail for a long time for his crypto scam. And he just, everyone's kind of sucking up to the guy. And he just put him on the spot. I'm trying to understand. You said XYZ, which kind of sounds like a crime. Is that what happened? And he fucking nailed the guy. And twice on two different things, the guy just bailed when this CoffeeZilla dude just put a question to him like,
Wow.
can you come up with an explanation for this that isn't a crime? And he just bailed and literally disappeared. And someone said, oh, yeah, sorry, you had an urgent meeting you had to go to.
Yeah, it's his lawyer trying to keep his ass out of jail, which
Yeah.
isn't going to happen.
It's because someone just nailed
No,
you on a public forum. So you have
He
to
is
work.
going to jail for a very long time.
Oh,
what
yeah.
what
You
disgusts
don't
me
steal
is
from
that we
billionaires.
no, like we could sit here and we can know for certain that this piece of shit is going to go to jail for 10, 15 years at least,
Yeah.
least. And we could sit here and be completely confident of that. But the moment, like, forgive, trigger warning for everybody, forgive. But unfortunately, arseholes out there that are guilty of SA, we're uncertain. Like, it's something that always riles me the fuck up every time that these sorts of stories come out. It's like, why
If
can
they
we
even
certain
get
it
charged
is?
at all.
Exactly.
If they,
Exactly.
yeah.
It's something that, like, I don't know what it is. It's just immediately when I hear these stories of people who do financial style crimes, you know that they're going to be going to prison for a while. But these pieces
No.
of shit, like, it's uncertain. That just
Yeah. No, to go to jail for financial crime, you have to rip off rich people. Not
Valid.
that I know that's like a joke, but it's true.
No,
Madoff.
I'm laughing at the accuracy. I am not
Yeah.
laughing because it's a joke.
The only reason Bernie Madoff went to jail is because he ripped off rich people. The only reason SBF or whatever the fuck the stupid prick calls himself is going to go to jail is because he ripped off rich people.
Who
Who
was that dude? Who was that Australian dude that they were trying to get for fucking years, and he kept on saying that he had like all sorts of different medical conditions and stuff like this, like back in the 90s.
James
Christopher Skase.
Alan Skase. Or Alan
Skase.
Bond, one of the two.
Alan Bond.
Yeah, no,
Alan Bond
Skase,
had to
Skase
be
is the
great
one.
to die, but you know,
Yeah, no,
Sorry?
yeah, no, Skase is the one.
I don't know.
Skase had the lung
Skase died in-
transplant.
whenever someone dies in another country, I start to get suspicious because one of the most wanted mafia guys in Australia died in Italy, in an area of Italy where it would have been super easy for him to pay off the cops, the pathologist, and the judges to have a thing saying he was dead. And Skase conveniently died in another country.
Mhm.
New York.
Alan Bond had the good grace to die in Australia. So
Did he die in jail though? Like,
no,
I don't believe so.
unfortunately.
He'll
No.
be forever in our debt.
Yes, he will.
And then
Also,
there's,
hello, Rays, by the way. Sorry.
and you've also got the guy that played Crocodile Dundee. What's his name?
Paul Hogan.
Paul Hogan.
That's him. Yeah, no, he's like still avoiding Australia
Oh,
because the amount of taxes.
No,
he
I think
apparently
he
has.
cleared all his tax debt.
Yeah.
My favorite
he
thing
did,
with him,
yeah.
because he was living in America, he kept telling the US IRS that he paid all these taxes in Australia, and he kept telling the Australian ATO he paid all these taxes in America, and he juggled that for like 5 or 10 years before they finally went, wait a minute.
Well, he apparently stole the script for Crocodile Dundee 3. He took the spec script, the first draft, and just substituted all of the names, and then shot that script with that before they edited it or anything.
Wow.
Yeah, but he did actually end up paying off both the IRS and the ATO, which actually vastly depleted his fortunes because he'd been pulling scam for a very long time.
Do you think that pay it or you go to jail may have been an incentive?
Yeah, it's like, okay, we're talking about AIDzee. AIDzee used to always joke like, God, you could fucking murder someone, and after 10 years, they stop putting so much effort into trying to work it out. If you owe the tax department money, they just don't stop.
No, if the fucking investigators at the various crimes showed the same kind of zeal as the tax office did over somebody owing them $10,
mind you, every time I've called the tax office because of an irregularity with my tax, just say I owed them money or I hadn't done my tax for a year or two, every time I've actually contacted them, they've been awesome about it.
That is literally what I was going to say. Yes. Because as a contractor, I was contracting for 20 years. So I had my own company stuff, and I was occasionally, probably over the last 20 years, 3 times I was super late paying them tax. And my accountant just goes, I'll talk to them. And he just goes, hey, things are a bit tough. He's going to pay. Let's come up with a payment plan. And every time I've paid them back, and they've just gone, that's okay. You made a commitment and you stuck with the commitment. Again, if you are not a fucking criminal, they're actually okay.
Yeah, no, it even got to the point where they had given me a fine over like $1,000 or something because I hadn't filed a tax return in 3 years.
Yeah,
which for me is nothing. I'd gone 5 years before in the past, but anyway, I called them.
You go ahead.
Sorry, Grasshopper. I'm almost done. I called them. I eventually got onto a very nice lady who helped me actually go through my tax returns and file them because I just couldn't, and she was really good about it. And I said, what do I do about this fine? And she said, don't worry, I've already wiped it out. It was just there to get you to call us.
No, before I opened up my own business and started doing this legit, I hadn't filed a tax return in 17 years. Just to be honest, I never thought about it. Every time that it came up, everybody that I knew was doing the online form and whatnot, so it wasn't a thing that people talked about, and I just didn't think about it because I just didn't give a shit. And then when it came time to get my own ABN and everything, my wife turned around to me and said, "Yep, so your taxes are all in order, aren't they?" And I went, "Yes."
Yeah.
Yes. So she put me in contact. Very, very thankfully, at the time, my wife worked for Westpac at the time, and they put me in contact with one of their financial advisors / accountant people that lives not too far from here, and said, go talk to him and he'll help you get it all sorted out and whatnot. And I went and talked to him, firmly believing that I was going to have to pay a fine or whatever the case may be, that things were going to be really bad. About 5-6 days after I talked to him, I get a call from somebody at the tax office saying, hey, this person wants to know if they could get access to certain details. Do you give them permission? Because the document that you sent through to us didn't come through properly, so we need to get verbal consent. And I was like, yes, you've got all of my consent. Here's all of my details. Go nuts. Do the thing. And then about a week later, I got a call back from them saying, you didn't owe us any money at all during your entire time because you're always doing PAYG tax while you're working for your various employers. As a matter of fact, we actually owe you quite a stack of money. So here's a whole stack of money. And I was like, well, fuck. I should have been doing my taxes more often.
Yeah. More often than not, if you don't own your own business and you're just working, more often than not, they owe you money.
Yeah, no, the moment that you get your own ABN and you start working for yourself, you no longer get a tax return. You get a small amount of money that you leave aside.
Yes.
Yeah, that you leave aside to pay your BAS and your GST and all of that sort of shit.
Yes.
And I mean, I'm very thankful. The guy that was, hey, Abigail and Grasshopper, how hard is replacing a fan on a laptop?
Oh,
it depends on the laptop.
It's pretty easy. Depends on the laptop, though. Yeah. If it's a Mac, if it's like a Lenovo or a HP or an Acer or something, it's not that hard, but you gotta like have the proper screwdrivers and.
If it's one of those really small, like 11-inch or 10-inch little
those
bloody things,
tiny
they are infuriating to try and replace the fans in. But if it's like a proper 15-inch to 17-inch laptop, provided on the brand, it can be like on a scale of 0, where it is dead simple, anybody and a trained chimp could do it, to 10, where you need to have a PhD in engineering in order to do it.
It's a gaming laptop, so it's probably like a Phillips head and
and a whole lot of patience.
Probably a big fan.
Yeah.
The
difficulty settings are usually between about a 4 and a 7, in my opinion.
There's a website called iFixit, and they may even have a breakdown guide of the laptop. A step-by-step. And the biggest thing is keep track of the screws. Get something like this. I'm serious. A tray to put the screws in.
Yeah, because when you're taking the screws out, they can be different lengths. And if you try to put one that's too long into one that's too short, you can, and I have seen it happen,
cause damage.
Try and put the screws straight through the fucking main PCB or something along those lines to destroy things.
So keep track of the location of the screws and just place them somewhere where they won't roll off the table.
So, Libby, can you tell us what
thing to use is a sticker? Get a white towel if you've got it. That's good. It stops screws and things bouncing.
So, Libby, can you just tell us very quickly what the manufacturer of the laptop is? Just the name, like Lenovo, Toshiba, whatever it may be. Just tell us
he said
if it's a gaming laptop, it'll be an Acer.
An Acer? If it's a gaming laptop and it's an Acer, then on the difficulty scale, it's about a 5.
That's actually, I have an Acer gaming laptop.
Yeah,
it's probably
so. In other words, it'll be easier than getting you to stop being horny on main. So it's like
it'll be easy for you to replace the fan. It'll be easier for you to replace the fan in that laptop than it will be for Abigail to stop kidnapping my bloody wife.
Yeah.
I don't kidnap. She comes of her own free will. I don't have to do much to make her come. Given that she doesn't get much of that at home. So,
I just knew that was fucking coming. I was like, I'm just waiting for it now. I'm just waiting for it.
I do have a way of doing like repair work or whatever.
But on that same token.
And that is when I have a cardboard box and I put some masking tape upside down so it's sticky side up. Then I have a piece sticky side down like next to it, and I just put numbers on them. And as I remove them, I put each one in the number, so you just have to count backwards when you put it back together again.
I guess, that'd work.
On that same token, though, Abigail, Sorry, but do you know how to give a woman an orgasm?
Oh, of course I do.
The correct response is, who cares?
That's the heterosexual response.
Yeah, no, I'm getting nuked from orbit from Melbourne right now.
Okay, so I have 3D printed trays not this specific one. They're buried in amongst my stuff. But 3D printed trays with embedded magnets in
Nice.
them
Nice.
for
Sorry.
screws for working on laptops and desktops.
Yeah, I've got
Um,
little silver magnetic plates that I drop things into.
I've also got this silicon soldering mat with its own little openable compartments and embedded magnets.
Oh,
and
I've seen them. They're freaking amazing.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's so cool.
A friend of mine, he does mobile phone and tablet repairs, and he's got one of those.
Yep. Yeah. Oh god, I've got so much crap on it. That's a calipers.
Sorry,
it's a
a
mug.
question for Salumi. Salumi, sorry, what is a metamor?
Oh, you're Polly, aren't you? You
Yeah.
should know that. A metamor is the
Oh.
partner of a partner.
Man, now I feel like a complete moron. Yes, you are correct, and I should have remembered that. All I can say is it's been a long day.
It's been a while.
Not remembering doesn't make you a moron.
I
Just-
am still
No.
I
it
just said
just-
I felt like one. No, I'm still. Christmas Day was fucking nuts for us because we had everyone come here as opposed to going elsewhere. And the 2.5 days afterwards was cleaning everything fucking everywhere. It was crazy. Those things are awesome. Love them things.
Nice.
All of these little things have magnets.
Yep.
Along the side, and these actually close up. They don't now because I'm holding it and it's all stretchy, but when it's laying flat.
Down on a flat surface, yeah.
Yeah, but also it's got like these little holes here for laptop components and a well here. It's and like all these bits down here.
That's really cool.
It's just and it's silicon. It's like heat resistant up to like 200, 300 degrees. So
I got offered to buy a heat station and a whole kit for repairing phones and tablets the other day. I was half tempted until I saw the cost.
Just so happen to have my hot air gun for desoldering surface mount components right here.
I don't know if I've got enough. Like, I've done it before, and I can do it. I don't know if I've got enough patience to do it on a consistent basis, though.
Yeah, it's tough work, and you need a microscope. I've got a microscope here on my desk.
Yeah, I've got. Sorry, my friend has. I don't have. No, they and I, we have a great compromise working relationship with each other. They can't stand working on laptops, but they love working on mobile phones and tablets. And I am the complete, yin to their yang on that one. So
laptops are considerably easier than working on phones.
No, they are always the person that can never find that one last screw to pick up the keyboard or get the motherboard
some
actually
of them
out
are
or whatever.
Tiny little black screws
and
that are
hidden
just
behind
so
like a tiny little
tiny.
piece of tape somewhere or something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. No, they're fucking
And bloody
infuriating.
ribbon cables that track along this path that's buried underneath some conduit. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I had a job for a bit over a year where I was doing the repairs on all of the school laptops that Kevin Rudd and Julia Gillard provided. And then after that, I was working for another company that I won't say the name of publicly, but let's just say that they do a particular wear of laptop from beings from outer space. I was doing repairs on their laptops, and yeah, they're pieces of shit.
Yeah, I would not recommend those.
Highly
ones.
tell everybody to run away from those damn things.
They're all hype.
Oh, they are. The amount of business that I get from people who have gotten a quote from them for a desktop PC, and they're like, they've given me this quote for this PC, and it's got all of this amazing equipment inside of it, and it's, X amount of money. How much would you charge me for the same thing? I said, provided that you don't mind that it's in a different case, about a third of that.
Yeah. It's the same with Macs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
At
remember
least with
Yeah.
at least with Macs though, at least with Macs you are paying for Mac OS X as well, which works very well for the hardware that it's designed to work with. To give them
Yeah.
that amount of credit, where Alienware just uses
Yeah, but
fucking
all
Windows.
the components that Macs use are so shit though. Hang on just a sec.
I remember a few years ago I built my when I built Lucy 5. All my desktops called Lucy, and it was a pile driver AMD machine.
Oh god, the old pile driver, the original 8 cores that
Yeah,
got
so
outperformed by the Intel i5s. I
It was
remember that.
it was an 350 that I got, so it was a good one, and it was the most expensive motherboard at the time as well. But that was mainly because it had 8 SATA ports for it, so I could use all my drives. It's like, okay, well, with the spec I'm going to be getting with this AMD machine, which was significantly cheaper than the Intel one as well. And not by a lot, when I say significantly, it was like by a couple of £100 or so, something like that. But the Mac, it was like for something, not even close to the spec I was getting, it was way more than double.
I remember for quite a few people out there, they got me to build them what we all lovingly refer to as a Hackintosh, where you buy particular parts that will work with Mac OS X, and they would put 2 different SSDs in there, one of them with the Hackintosh OS and the other one with Windows or Linux or whatever the case may be. That was a very common thing that I did back in the day. Very, very common. But right now I am doing my level best to save up enough money for a Sabrent Rocket 8 terabyte NVMe. Oh, hey, Aussie Gun
Hey,
Bunny.
Aussie Gun Bunny. Yeah, thanks. Well, I mean, I think we're all feeling it, mate. And I do appreciate people seem to have been a bit concerned about me today, which is very sweet. I think through necessity, I made my peace with the potential sudden departure of AIDzee bordering on 10 years ago. So I had just spent the last 10 years being consistently amazed that every time he got put into hospital, he was also let out again. Like I would literally just go, he described the thing that's getting him in hospital, and I'm going, fuck. And 48 hours he was home. I was thinking, the fuck did they let you out? How the fuck did you get out of hospital?
Yeah, no,
that's how it was introduced to me.
Yeah.
Send your condolences to boss of the house.
Yeah, and
whomever that is, my deepest of condolences.
Yeah,
that's AIDzee's partner for quite some years now.
I never saw them, never met them, so
they were a lovely couple, and he was super supportive, and they were a really big part of each other's life for quite a few years.
That's
Forgive my ignorance, but how old was AIDzee anyway?
He is about 2 years younger than me, so he's mid-50s. No, he was born in 1970. I just remembered.
Yeah,
1970. Right. Okay, so he's got 9 on me. Okay.
So he was 52. Yeah. Sorry, I just remember. I watched the bit of Code Grey where he says, because Code Grey came out just before he turned 40. So Code Grey came out over 12 years ago.
I saw that, and I was looking at that and going, wow, he looks so much healthier back then.
It was 12 years ago, and he just had a fucking cavalcade of life-threatening health complications. He was bad. Seriously, he was bad enough then. Like, on the AIDzee Code Grey channel, besides the show, there's a bunch of rehearsal, behind-the-scenes stuff, and interviews I posted. And one was when I said, the first question was, is it a bit scary, essentially taunting death? Because there's a bit in the show where you taunt death. And, you're on shaky ground, quite honestly. And that's a bit I'm going to post soon. But then the second question was, you're doing this for 4 weeks. That is a fairly punishing physical regimen for someone who's in complete good health, which you are not, are you worried this is going to be too much and you won't be able to actually do the full run of the show? And his answer was basically, of course I'm worried, but I'm going to give it a red hot go. And he did it with flying colors, basically performed every night for an hour for 4 weeks, which is not fucking easy.
That's astonishing, to be honest.
I recorded it quite a few nights. Sorry, one bit I was watching, there's this truly hilarious bit where it was in town, his show was in town hall, and someone in another of the rooms was making too much noise and it was really penetrating. And he's doing a bit of his monologue to the audience and he's going, oh, hang on. And he walks off the stage and I got the camera and I'm following him, and he kind of walks up the aisle, opens the door to the room where he's performing, sticks his head down the hallway. And if you've ever heard AIDzee bellow, it is something to behold. And at his most intense, he bellows, "Shut the fuck up!" and closes the door, goes back to the stage, and goes back to the line he was on when he was last on stage. And the audience fucking pisses themselves. It's like he was talking to them, and he walked off, went to the door and screamed, "Shut the fuck up!" and then got back on stage and just went back to the line he was on, and the audience just cracks up. It was just...
And that's when Angry Aussie was born.
Yeah, no, it's pretty... Oh, yes, and Salumi, the juggling kitten. I watched that bit a few times. For those who don't know, again... okay, here's the thing I have to admit. I have spent more time today than I would have liked looking at AIDzee's dick. So...
I think we can all say that.
Fucking love that. He would fucking love that.
That's the thing.
I think...
Okay, you might have died, but I had to spend a chunk of the day looking at your dick.
No, he would actually... I would be comfortable in saying, I may have died, but at least you had to look at my dick.
Oh,
and
no.
It makes
Oh,
it
no.
all worth it.
Yeah, no. He would be so there for it. So, for those who don't know,
if ghosts were a thing, AIDzee would be there going, look at it, admire it, just look at it.
Watch me, helicopter.
I felt like I could feel. So, for those who've never watched Code Grey, you should. But there was a bit where he's talking about the extent of the injuries and trauma he's suffered in his life. And he goes, I should just show you. And then he goes behind a screen and comes out nude. And he's next to a backdrop that has arrows pointing to all these various injuries and scars. And he's completely nude. But because he had a co-conspirator in the show, the Reverend Dr. Tim, a wonderful chap. And he said, okay, so... the next bit involves full frontal nudity. That might be a bit much for you, so we've got some distractions. And our friend Dave Blumenstein, who actually popped into the chat earlier, Naked Fella Productions, that's his publishing thing. He did a great cartoon of nude AIDzee with arrows pointing to all these injured bits. And so the Reverend Doctor puts that up and says, this might be less confronting than the actual nude body. But it still has nudity, so if that's too much for you, if we had someone construct a prop and it was a black cat and there was this little thing that you could spin so it looked like the black cat was juggling some balls. And it's like, if the nudity is all too much and the talk about the medical stuff is too much, just look at the black cat juggling balls. And Tim, as he was running through AIDzee's injuries, every time the thing that he'd spun so the cat was juggling balls slowed down a little, he'd just go back and sorry, I'll just keep it going, and he'd spin it again. But I looked at that scene like 20 times today, so that's 20 times I was looking at AIDzee's dick today. So,
a friend of mine just sent me a tweet that I just found hilarious, and it's, I will rise again like a phoenix that tripped over an extension cord, hurt its shoulder, and then awkwardly stood up.
Yeah. I think everyone agrees AIDzee would somewhere just be clapping, going, yes, yes, Look at my dick.
My favourite one of the Code Grey, part of the Code Grey, is every time the AIDzee look on his face every time the Doctor said his name.
The what? Sorry.
His name is like, "Hi."
Oh yeah,
Andrew.
the Doctor who mispronounced his name every time.
Every single time, and it's just AIDzee's face is like, inwardly looking into the top of his eye.
Yeah.
Top of his eye.
Yeah, and because he had to parade, and it was so funny because Tim, who plays all the Doctors, he plays the shit useless Doctor and also the really good GP who looked after AIDzee for years. So it's quite a good role that the Reverend Dr. Tim had of playing every asshole doctor and surgeon AIDzee had to deal with, and also his GP who was super amazing and was instrumental in keeping him alive for many years.
I'm sure that there would be a play that you could put on just for the sheer amount of medical shit that like AIDzee managed to survive. You could put that show on Broadway for nothing but doctors and biologists and healthcare professionals, for all of them to sit there in the audience and go, he didn't fucking survive that,
because we put it on YouTube. We gave the link to all his doctors and specialists and whatnot, and they were sharing it. They were sharing it with nurses, with medical students, and they're just like, this is a real story. This guy is fucking freaky.
My girlfriend's mother, she's actually in several medical textbooks because she had to have, she was born without a food pipe. So they needed to...
An esophagus.
Yeah, she had to get like a whole bunch of surgeries done in order to have this thing, and she's got all sorts of different things for eating and all of that sort of stuff. But she's in like several medical textbooks and whatnot. It's kind of cool.
That sounds serious.
It really was.
That sounds pretty serious.
And the fact that the lovely lady has managed to live to the age of her early 60s so far is nothing short of a medical miracle.
Yeah, medicine does great things. Sorry, you also made me think of Bryce Courtney, who was a South African-born.
Oh, yes,
guy
yes, I know that one.
Grew to fame as a writer in Australia. He's most famous for a novel called The Power of One, which was a fairly successful film as well. But he did a non-fiction book about his son who acquired AIDS through a blood transfusion. His son was hemophiliac, and it was basically his son's life story. And my personal favorite is when he was a baby or maybe a toddler and he had an internal bleed. It never breached the skin. And so his head just started swelling up with blood. And the parents were traumatized beyond belief. And this was in the early 70s, I think, where people did not challenge medical people. And the head doctor at this hospital was some old fucker with a handlebar mustache and a knighthood, and he was bringing some like interns around and talking about, this is a really unique case, you won't see this very often. And because the poor kid, and it's like a baby or a toddler, the head is swelling up like a balloon and it's just blood that's under the skin, and the dad is by the bed just traumatized, and the doctor is completely ignoring the dad, and he's like poking the baby's head, going like, you can see that it's all bulbous. And Bryce Courtney says in the book, it says, I literally don't remember this incident. I like, it was so traumatic to me. I think my brain stopped working. He goes, but one of the doctors who was there, who worked with me years later, he says, this is the most treasured memory of my medical training, because that guy was a fucking prick. This old guy with a nice hoodie, blah, 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 blah. Look, poke the baby in the head while the traumatized father's sitting next to him. And the guy says, what you did is stand up and you fucking decked him. You just right crossed and laid him out, and then you stood over him and screamed in his face, say that again, you fucking cunt. I'll fucking kill you. And every nurse, doctor, and intern is just standing there going, I have dreamed of doing this. I have dreamed of just laying this guy out because I fucking hate him.
Anyway, one of my housemate's sons is about to jump onto his PC behind me and play some games with his mates and whatnot.
Fair
They
call.
have a tendency to
Sure.
get a little bit boisterous and very. Let's just say that there's a lot of words that you don't want to hear on live stream.
Right. Gaming,
Uh-huh.
gaming talk. Okay.
It's nothing
Yeah.
we've ever heard on this live stream.
Yes.
Yeah, but
No,
when you
it's
hear
really
them in
many slurs
rapid
on this stream.
succession,
Yeah, no, it's a bit of a different beast. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
with that being said, what I'm going to
Fair.
say is, Well AIDzee, my love to you all, and everybody that is watching and listening. Do me a favor, give anybody that you love, able to, with consent, and are able to, give everybody that you know a hug.
Yeah.
I love you all.
Love you all. No,
You know,
live long and prosper.
It
so
reminds
Lumi, I don't think they're horny on main at all. I think they're just negative and throwing slurs about. I think being horny on main is far more wholesome.
Yes.
Oh my god! I discovered one of the most wholesome things. You know,
Yes.
of it. It's like, you know, something you'd normally see and think, oh, that's low. You know, that's really rubbish. But actually, I saw it and I went, actually, that's kind of cool. I was at a gay bar drinking cocktails with my friends recently, and I needed the toilet. And seeing LGBT graffiti in a toilet stall is actually quite wholesome. When you got
Yeah.
you know, in the heart, and like, you know, and it's like, yes, that's really cool.
Can relate. Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of the episode. It's the one where Wesley Crusher gets into trouble at Starfleet Academy. And
Oh yeah, with the Corbin Starburst
who's
maneuver.
and it's like, you know, I forgot what the warning was, but it's like I nearly failed, you know, ancient philosophy because of AF. If you ever come across someone who makes you want to carve it on a tree, make sure it doesn't get in the way of your studies. I thought that was funny. By the way, the other thing I've been trying to say about AIDzee for a while is that, unfortunately, it turns out that that death wouldn't take fuck off for an answer anymore.
Well, that's in the video I'm going to make. I said, I'm kind of tempted to play the afterlife video I'm going to repurpose and put at the start, because at that point he'd been
I watched
officially
that today.
He'd been officially dead 4 times. We had this conversation relatively recently. And we think he was up to about 8. So I'm going to say, yeah, apparently the limit is 9. Johnny, how you doing, Johnny?
AIDzee.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you. It's all good, man.
Yeah, pretty bit sad, of course, but
Yes.
you know, when you know AIDzee, you kind of had you know, knew the day was coming, I guess.
Yeah. And you know he'd want us to celebrate him.
Yeah, and he's, you know, he's not in pain anymore, and all that jazz.
Yeah.
And that's look, I will throw in the 3 big things. He isn't in pain anymore. It wasn't drawn out, and I know for a fact he hated the idea of a long drawn out hospital being his final thing. Like, he was in an induced coma, like he would not have known at all. And 3, he miraculously avoided some really fucked medical outcomes they'd been pushing. Like, they'd been talking about leg amputations for 2 years, basically. And he'd been dodging that. He never had to deal with that. So much as we all miss him now, there's a few positives.
He'd been putting off them taking it off.
Exactly. Salumi, death claims only once, but AG edged death as hard as possible. That's
well, given that it took 9, obviously this means that AIDzee was a cat.
I think that's fair. He was a cat boy. That's
yeah.
Well, everybody's seen his penis, and you know what I say about cat penises.
Or he just absolutely loved the pussy.
AIDzee was
He
very
liked both.
Yeah,
He was versatile.
I know he
He was
did.
very versatile.
I consider myself lucky because thanks to because I'd only ever watched until I started joining you and chatting like this. I'd only been able to watch videos and leave a comment every now and again, that might get noticed or something. But I had the opportunity to hang out in the virtual sense with AIDzee. I remember I've had a couple of times where the live stream was finished and we chatted for like another hour or two.
Yeah.
It was brilliant. So, like I say, I had the opportunity to chat to, I suppose you could say a friend who, sort of grew on you because the videos is like, I like that. I'd like to get to know him a bit more. And then I got to get them to know a bit more, even though I live 10,538 miles away.
Yes.
Yeah, I had a very similar experience, I guess. But then some nights AIDzee and I would go on forever.
He did love to talk. If he wasn't falling asleep, he loved to talk.
There was one of the last times, it was when I was talking about all the scamming stuff I got into.
Yeah.
He was falling asleep, and I actually watched him had him going on another window, and I was listening for him if he stopped snoring.
Yeah. Oh, right.
And
yes. No, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
He didn't wake up. He just stayed there.
Angry, maybe you should finish on that video where he falls asleep standing up.
I had all my hard drives out. I've teased that for years. It would be maybe it'll be a project over the coming weeks. I'll try and comb through the really old videos because that's a real thing that really happened. This was more than a decade ago. I was at his place and he was fucking standing up and monologuing the way he does. And he had his walking stick and he's leaning on it. And he just gets this balance point where he falls asleep while he's standing up. And I just left the camera running. And because I was just sitting there in awe, like, oh my fucking God, you fell asleep mid-sentence while standing up and you didn't fall over. This is something else.
I have a friend who's got a similar story. Yeah. He used to work the graveyard shift at a servo petrol station. And he was mopping the floor and somehow he found the perfect balancing kind of
on the mop.
And he fell asleep. He doesn't know how long for.
Yeah.
But he definitely fell asleep standing up, leaning on a mop handle.
I have fallen asleep at a desk at work with my hand on my chin like this, and I haven't fallen over. I've just closed my eyes and I've fallen asleep, and I've maintained this position.
The key is when you're at work, what you do is you get a piece of paper, right? I shall demonstrate with this.
Please demonstrate.
With this test print, right?
Yeah.
And you put it on the floor and you have one arm dangling down just on top of the piece of paper and you rest your arm on the desk like this. Yeah. And if anyone, and you go to sleep like that. And if anyone disturbs you, you then wake up and pick up the piece of paper. And just pretend you were just reaching for the paper.
Here's another one I've actually done.
Magic.
A piece of paper on my desk and my hand over my eyes like this and just leaning over it.
Oh, yeah.
Like I'm really concentrating
Pretend
on
you're reading.
Yeah, I've done that one too.
See, I've never worked in an office, so I've never had to come up with little tricks like that.
Oh, yeah, and Salumi's being a bit, you work from home, no one will know. Look.
Hang on, I'll be back in a sec.
I don't want to make you even more mad, Salumi. I can have a fucking nap. I can leave my workstation and go and have a nap for 15, 20 minutes and nobody is the wiser. Because if someone emails me or even tries to call me in that time, I'm just, when I wake up and see the messages I missed, I just say, sorry, I was on another call. It's a whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I've been
go this way. Woo.
I've been working from home since April of 2020, I guess. When I don't know. I've
You
lost
lucky duck.
Oh, your new job lets you work from home. Nice. Well, here's the thing. My work's been pressuring us to go in 2 or 3 days a week. And when I get back, they might do it. But I don't know, the rate of increase of COVID cases, I'm just waiting for them all to go, oh, wait, we literally just noticed COVID is worse now than it has been at any time since the pandemic started in terms of hospitalization
Oh, joy.
and deaths. So...
I know it's really bad in China at the moment.
Yeah, no, the outbreak in China is terrifying. Yes,
and that,
Salumi, I'm willing to bet Abigail did that on purpose just to get that reaction from
you. Wow.
Wow, yeah. Oh my God. I'm trying to remember what cocktails I've made because that one I just poured, which was really
we lost someone again.
Is really fucking yummy.
That was Laura.
Oh, her connection seems to go in and out. She might come back.
Salumi, are you aware? Salumi, are you aware of recent events with me? Are you up to date with stuff in my like? Have you been on the stream in the last? Oh, I would love to join you. I really would.
I'm just, you keep threatening to come to Melbourne, and I think we're just going to have a terrible debauched night. Yeah.
But on that, if you're not aware, if you're on my Discord, I need to fill you in on a few things that are happening in my life.
Yeah. So, Johnny, what were you going to say?
Another day.
Oh, right. If you're not, I was just saying I probably need an update as well.
Oh, just tough times. Just
tough times. It's personal. It's
real fucking tough times.
Yeah.
Which, if anyone might remember, at various times in various streams, I've said we're not going to talk about upsetting, contentious issues because real life has been upsetting enough. And not just Dr. Laura. Oh God,
I've mentioned
Dr. Laura. Hey, Laura.
Yeah, I've mentioned it in passing maybe twice, possibly just once. But it's personal.
Just tough times.
Yeah. Whatever it is, I hope you get through it soon and things start looking better.
It's not going away anytime soon.
No, it's
next year is going to be next year is going to be even just the worst.
Well, just don't go where I just came from. Yeah,
the psych ward.
Yeah. Nah, I don't know what the hospitals are like in Melbourne, but Bendigo Hospital is like Fort Knox still with all COVID stuff.
Also, bro, I also want to throw in great appreciation of you trusting to share with us. Much love to you, and the fact that you trusted us enough to share with us is a fucking huge deal, and I love you for it.
I pretty much tell everyone because I believe you need to talk about mental health.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I definitely felt more than like trusting of all you guys.
Good. And I mean it. It means a lot that you have that level of trust. And and poor Kaiju's just joined us. AIDzee has indeed crossed through the veil. He is on the next existence, or whichever way you want to interpret it. And again, I think the Black Brotherhood is probably doing something tonight. AIDzee has associated with some very colourful people over the ages, and I think there are probably certain rituals being performed by certain people tonight. I mean, I know because I've told this story a lot. People don't know. AIDzee and I did the same uni course. I did it a couple of years ahead of him, but we were there at the same time for a year. That's how we know each other. Our theatre group has a Facebook group, like with grads who talk to each other. Because AIDzee touched so many of these people, both in a good way and in an appropriate way. They're always consenting, but I still think it was a bit inappropriate. I think everything AIDzee did was inappropriate, quite honestly. Even when everyone was completely consenting, I think AIDzee would always manage to somehow do something inappropriate. But so many people had been part of his life over the years. So it was only yesterday I posted to the group and said, look, okay, for friends of AIDzee, it's not good. It's probably not the worst challenge he's ever faced, but he is in an induced coma. It's a very high-risk situation. And there was a lot of outpouring of love for him. And then, less than 24 hours later, I had to give them the bad news. And I did say to them, look, I know the things AIDzee believed, and I like to think that all the positivity people sit there. If he knew of the positivity, I think, that would have eased him on his way. As Dr. Abigail, as you have said at various times when AIDzee said things about like astral traveling and whatnot, dramatic claims require dramatic evidence. But with the sort of things AIDzee believed, I think it's fair to say anyone who sent the positivity towards him, if you could have talked to him before he went into hospital, he would have said, I feel it all. If you send the positivity, both before I passed and after, I feel it, and it eases my passing. That's what he would say. The degree to which that coincides with your own beliefs is your world. But I think a lot of people felt better when I said to them, because it was a very short period between when I said he's in danger to he's died. I said, look, I know how AIDzee thought, and he would have told you how much your positive wishes meant. So whatever works.
I have to go for a sec.
Sure.
I will be back though.
Okay. That's fine.
But if you have to go to bed, that's fine. But I need to have a conversation IRL. So I'll be back in a bit.
I'm not very tired at the moment. So Shrieky say you worked in the medallion club Eddie had. You lost your right eye. Every customer, what's up with your eye? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, no, you don't necessarily want complete strangers getting up in your business. And people do feel like they have the right to say shit to you.
I do want to say one thing about how selfish AIDzee is for dying today.
Yes.
Why couldn't he have died tomorrow? Because I have to work. First time I've been back to work tomorrow. So I stay on the stream too much longer. But if he died tomorrow, I could have stayed up all night.
Well, I will be doing another stream tomorrow.
Inconsiderate. Just one more day.
I'm sure he'd apologise for that too. But I'm willing to extend
first thing he does when I see him again.
Yeah. I'm willing to extend the wake into tomorrow night as well. So.
All right.
That's a good thing.
Sadly, I didn't. My first notification was when nobody sent me a PM on Discord to tell me that he passed on.
Yeah.
So I didn't see the he's in the coma thing until I jumped to your Discord.
Yeah. Well, it was quite short notice. He went into hospital on Tuesday and was almost straight away put into the induced coma. And I did get updates yesterday. The first one was he's gotten worse. And the second one was he seems a bit better than this morning, but he's still worse than yesterday. And then in the early hours of this morning, I got the news. So it was pretty quick. And that is a saving grace. I mean, I've said that a couple of times during the stream, but there's no way. There is no way he wanted a long, drawn-out, debilitating death. He had actually been explicitly. I'm not just saying, "Oh, I know him. He didn't want it." He had actually been explicitly clear about that would be a bad deal. Also, he never had to go through extreme medical procedures that were designed to extend life, but introduced some fairly severe disability in the immediate term. So I'm pretty sure he's happy about both those things.
I'm pretty sure he had already had enough extreme medical procedures done to him anyway. You know, all the thing.
Yeah.
All these operations he'd been through.
And that's a big thing, Salumi. The whole thing would have been pain-free for him because he was in the induced coma. Again, we take whatever little saving graces there are for a situation that none of us like. Invisible, good night. Thank you so much for spending a bit of time with us tonight as we all talk through this.
Part of me sort of wonders is, was a note left in the system saying that by the way, this guy has a weird habit of just like his heart just kind of starting again. So just double check after an hour.
Well, that's I have promised for years I will do it. If anyone's foolish enough to let me speak at his funeral, I am going to say, has someone checked? Look, I've got a pointy thing. I'm willing to do it. I will go over there. I'm just saying, based on track record, we need to be sure.
Oh man, can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see you. It's coming through good.
Okay. All right. Yep.
So yeah, I don't know any details about any funeral apart from the fact that it apparently is going to happen in Melbourne and will probably be mid next week. I'll wait to hear from the family of what they want public. Yes, one way or the other, I'll let everyone know. But yeah, I don't know how they view things and what they want. So I'll be waiting to hear from them. It'll probably be finalized in the next day or so. I don't think anyone's going to mess about.
I'm afraid I probably won't be able to make it.
Week. I mean, how many 1,000 kilometers is the trip?
I don't know, but 10,538 is the number from here to Melbourne.
Yeah. So okay.
Okay.
Oh, big call. Okay. Yeah, they may even do a streaming thing. I don't know. I'll wait and see. Just even because of his, uni friends and comedy friends around Australia, they may want to stream it. It might be an online event. Nice. Who knows? Lumi, Discord. I thought you had. Sorry, just a sec. I will. And this also goes out to anyone who's here. My Discord server is very small at the moment, and we just sort of share things. But that's the link if anyone wants to join the Discord server.
The number in kilometers is 16,959.
Holy shit! That's actually further than I thought it was.
And thank you for using the proper trick in the end.
Yeah. So yeah, I didn't even think of it till we were talking just then, but there is actually a distinct possibility the funeral might be streamed. I'm not going to make any assumptions, but given the number of people around the country who'd want to pay respects, that's actually quite possible. So we'll see. But I will, as much as the family wants to make public, I will make public on various social medias. And we'll take it from there, I guess. Yeah. We will see. But yes, I'm actually looking forward to having spent chunk of today, as I said, looking at AIDzee's dick, and some of the video, his penis wasn't actually out. It's just for some of it, it was. And I think he'd actually love it if I put that video out. I'm not going to. It's on YouTube. People can watch it if they want to on YouTube.
Is this the Code Grey you're talking about?
Code Grey. I'm
at the end?
Absolutely fucking amazed that video's never been taken down from YouTube. Like,
yeah,
it survived for artistic integrity, I guess. But
yeah, there used to be this underground kind of music festival in Bendigo each year called Gig Fest.
Yeah,
and a friend of mine took a lot of mushrooms before going to it,
as you do,
and he exposed himself. Dick around a lot as he invaded one of the small stages, and that was filmed and put up on YouTube, and it is still on YouTube.
Oh wow!
Floppy dick full. This is like at least 10 years ago.
Yeah,
and it's like the same as it's worse than Code Grey, because Code Grey there's context.
There's context.
This is guy up on a stage flopping his dick around.
I have returned.
And it's still on YouTube. I'm pretty sure I could find it.
Nice. Also, Mabroshi, yes, I get exactly what you say. He's in hospital again. That's been my life for the last 10 years. Definitely the last 5 years, because he has suffered deterioration. But I swear to God, the number of times he's gone in and come back out, I was going, oh my God, it sounded like that was bad. How the fuck did you get out of hospital again? And yes, so I feel like saying the same thing I've said multiple times. Him dying is both the most inevitable and yet unbelievable thing at the same time. It's like something I've been preparing myself for at least 10 years, but also you had this weird feeling it was never going to happen. And I'll be absolutely legit. Like with COVID, I was just going, for fuck's sake, there is now a global, potentially fatal pandemic. I swear to God, if I get this thing and die and he outlives me, I will fucking haunt that motherfucker like nobody's business. That was a genuine thing I thought.
I finally got a mixer for my gin.
Nice.
For AIDzee.
Yes. To the man. Oh, nice, Kaiju. You rewatched Code. I've rewatched Code Grey several times today, trying to decide on material to put together for a video.
I try to watch the version without his penis in it.
Yes, and we were nice to put different versions up so you didn't have to see it.
Although, didn't that functionality get broken a bit when they got rid of annotations properly?
It did get broken, and that's why on the first video, I've actually got links in the details that says, look, if annotations don't work anymore, here's the link to the full frontal nudity one. Here's
Good
the
night, Salumi. I'm going to send you a
out?
Message on Discord, Salumi, either tonight or tomorrow morning.
You've got work going on?
Good night,
So, good night, Salumi. I'll see you in your dreams.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and Kirsten, in terms of zombie, again, having watched chunks of code grey repeatedly today, the line that stands out is, "I'm the best looking zombie I know." And it's the same thing. Like I think it was the second time he died when he had the necrotizing fasciitis. The first time they resuscitated him. The second time his blood had gone septic. Multiple organs were failing. They were worried he had brain damage from having oxygen deprivation from the last time he died. And so they had collectively decided they would not resuscitate him if his vitals stopped again. And they did. He bled out on the operating table. For the second time, he died, which led to one of my personal favorite memories of the live show. But he died. And then they were just about filling in the paperwork, time of death, and the heart monitor went beep, beep. And how it was related to him later, one of the nurses went, "Ooh, a self-starter." And the doctors went, "Well, fuck it. If he's given it a go, I guess we should too." And so they worked on bringing him back. And they were astounded when he regained consciousness and there was no obvious brain damage. And they did a few tests, and the joke he made is the bit of his brain that appeared to have suffered damage was the bit that regulated emotions. And he's going like you can fucking tell that I have less regulation of my emotions.
So does he think that's where he started to be on the spectrum?
Oh no, he was pretty sure he was on the spectrum his whole life.
Okay.
I have a story that you would possibly want to remember, and that is 2 words: flappy dogs.
Oh God!
Yes.
I did. I flicked through the Flappy Dogs sequence multiple times, which is absolutely legendary. Just in case no one's familiar with it, what happened? Because Adrian was in such a bad way, they had pumped such serious drugs into him, including ketamine, the notorious horse tranquilizer, and he did fall down the K-hole and got kind of detached from what the rest of us would regard as reality. And he was at an old hospital, and where looking out his window, he could see the roof of another part of the building. And there were these old ventilators, and there was tar paper on the roof. And a bit of tar paper had come loose and was wrapped around one of these vent shafts and was flapping in the air. And when he looked out, he thought it was a penguin, but he couldn't remember the word penguin. And he had family surrounding him. And he looked out the window and went, "My God, there are flappy dogs out there." And he was very frustrated that people wouldn't even look. And they're going, "Yeah, Adrian, there's no such thing as flappy dogs." And he goes, "They're right out there. Just look." And they're just like, "Yeah, dude, there's no such thing as flappy dogs." And he goes, "But they're there. There are flappy dogs. If anyone had bothered to look out, they might have." You're talking about the thing with it, and they might have worked out that he meant penguins, and his brain. But because he was saying flappy dogs, which is clearly nonsensical, they just fucking ignored him. And so he's lying in bed, go, "Fine, fuck all of you, but there are flappy dogs outside the window." And gold. That's pure gold.
It's kind of similar story. So the first time I became unwell with bipolar. I was living in a share house, and I became unwell. That was the best time of my life, basically, because all my best friends, pretty much, and very cheap as well, $60 a week with 4 people in the house. And the people living there with me, his parents were part owners in the property as well. So he could basically do whatever he wanted. And they never fixed anything anyway. So, yeah. Anyway. One of the bad things about it was you could, late at night, every now and then, I would hear rats or mice in the walls.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And when I told my friends about it, there are creatures in the walls. right? So when I was manic, I told Mum this. There's creatures in the walls at Marshall Crescent. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to move back in with Mum, because I thought it'd be unsafe. They'll chew the wires, fight, you know. And she thought that was me being insane. There were literal, some kind of weird mythic creature in the wall. Not that I actually knew what they were, but I just called them creatures. So yeah, I know, a little similar to the Flappy Dog. Not as funny, because I'm not AIDzee, and I don't think there's anyone as funny. Yeah. I don't think there's anyone as funny as AIDzee.
He was pretty exceptional in his own way. Actually, what were you saying about manic phases, tying in with something we talked earlier, Bryce Courtney's book about his son, April Fool's Day, as his son contracted AIDS through a blood transfusion, and as it progressed, there's a whole bunch of complications you get with AIDS, and one was basically some brain damage, and it started to affect his perceptions, and he went through this manic phase because it was very physically. AIDS is obviously very physically debilitating, and there was a period where the son had a hard time getting out of bed. But then one day, Bryce Courtney saying, I was in my flat, my son was living in another part of Bondi, and my son just appeared at my door, and he was really vibrant. And I said, how did you get here? And he's going, I ran here. And he's going, but you had trouble moving. And he's just like, he goes, nothing can stop me. Do you want to see me? I could jump off your balcony and fly right now. And the dad's going, the fuck? He's going, I better lock the balcony at this point. But he was just going like, somehow when he went through this manic phase, the physical disability stopped bothering him. Like, he should not have been able to walk from his place to his dad's place, but he fucking, and then later on that passed. That was a phase and it passed, and he was physically very unwell again. And he would occasionally say, man, I miss that manic phase where I was just like, nothing.
He did. I mean, it sucks enough when you have no like physical ailments and you go through mania, and then you get the depressive stage. Yeah. Somehow I've missed that this time, because there's been just as much good as bad this time when I've been manic. So I think it cancelled it out. But yeah, especially if, I don't know if people with AIDS, if they get that manic stage, if they'll go through depression.
Look, there's a whole spectrum of things.
Because I guess
your body destroys all your body's defenses, and it manifests in a whole bunch.
So I never even thought you could go manic when you had AIDS.
Yeah, no, it was apparently literally changing his brain chemistry and making him go manic. But yeah, it's a whole fucking thing. That was the other thing. People always wonder, what do we call Adrian AIDzee? And he would do capital AID. I said, I'm sorry, we're like older Gen X, and we were literally the AIDS generation. Sad to say, if your name was Adrian and you were a young adult in the late 80s, people started calling you AIDS. And
I always wondered if it had something to do with like something like that.
Was he actually HIV positive?
No.
I didn't
but
think
it was
so.
literally, he started going by
AIDzee too.
He started going by AIDzee, and it was literally because of AIDS. Same as Adrian Edmondson tried to shorten his name to ADE, Aid Edmondson, because in the 80s, everyone wanted to shorten Adrian to AIDS, and no Adrian wanted to actually be called AIDS. But AIDzee's complications from rheumatoid arthritis, which is treated with chemotherapy, because rheumatoid arthritis is an overactive immune system response, and it's one of the ways it's treated is with chemotherapy, the same as cancer, which is something that's growing too much, and that destroys your immune system, because your immune system has basically gone haywire if you have rheumatoid arthritis. and the chemo kills your immune system. So he was saying, in practical terms, he has AIDS. He has an acquired immune deficiency, but he never had HIV. He was not HIV positive. But in practical terms, his immune system was devastated to the point you might as well say he had AIDS. Yeah.
Was it the chemo that sent? No, it was some kind of drug, wasn't it? That sent his like body green or blue or whatever.
That the chemo drugs made him go green. I have seen the photo.
Chemo.
It's something. Is something.
Chemotherapy is literally.
It's poison.
I mean, as the name implies, it's chemical therapy. It's drug therapy. They pump so much of it in you. It's poisonous. It's inherently poisonous.
It's bringing
the theory is that it kills the cancer faster than it kills you.
Yeah. But it still
like
brings
that is literally how it works.
Close to death.
Yeah,
close to death, which is bad still.
The idea behind improving chemotherapy drugs is to find better poisons that kill you slower but kill the cancer faster. Which is just mind-blowingly insane that it actually works.
Wild. It's such an extreme form of therapy.
I know, and it works on a level, you know.
Well, it's kind of like, okay, you will definitely die if we don't do this. If we do it, you will definitely be very, very sick, and you might still die, but we improve your chances of living. And Jude, hello, and thank you for the flowers.
I found this today.
Ooh, what's that?
It's a manga from the.
Run and a half.
This is the manga and associated anime that they made from it. This cracked so many people's eggs. Like this is responsible for so many trans people.
Right.
The eggs cracking. Like it. Oh, look, it's so gender bending. It's crazy. Progressive for its time.
It's like we were talking about cats earlier, wasn't it? You know.
Sorry, what was that?
In a conversation talking about cats and then getting them neutered, and I left a message saying, when I was talking about getting my cat neutered, I felt really guilty about it because, my phrasing was, if I was taken to hospital and I woke up after being put to sleep and, someone had messed around with my genitals, I would be really angry. And it's funny how things have changed.
Different.
Yeah. But this is a classic, an old favorite of mine that I found this and thought, I'm going to buy that. And now I have to collect them all. Of course.
Ah, yes.
I just finished this audiobook, Kind of Magic, by Australian author Anna Spargo Ryan. It's described as a memoir about anxiety, our minds, and optimism in spite of it all. Anna has had really quite severe mental health issues her entire life. Like, she's psychotic. She suffers from psychosis. She suffers from complete break from reality. And she writes so well.
A bit like Trump.
So honestly, it's amazing. And Ruki-chan, how you doing, by the way?
Oh, you should. The anime is more accessible. There is an English dub of it, of course.
Yeah, I've seen some of the
this is the English translation of the manga.
Yeah.
And it's like it subverts a lot of standard tropes because it's written by a genius manga writer. And she has written a lot of subverted tropes into it.
Nice.
It's great. It's so good.
Angry question for you. So you know how we used to do your Wang Effect Wednesday and TFU Fridays?
Yes.
And occasionally AIDzee would be on there.
Yes.
And I got the impression, I just got this little feeling that they usually took a hell of a lot longer to film with AIDzee there, because he'd probably chuck in some other little thing, or, you know, you just cracked up in the making of it and had to do another take.
It was an unspoken challenge to each of us if we were doing one together. We called it throwing hand grenades. It was like we'd sit there before and go, okay, here's the thing. We're going to talk about this and we're going to talk about that. And we'd talk about the thread. We wouldn't have a script. We'd say, we're going to go from here to here to here to here. Okay, yeah, let's do that. And then we'd sit there and it's kind of like one of us would spontaneously think of something and go, I bet this will fuck them up and make them. If a comedian can make another comedian laugh while performing, that's called corpsing. It's thing. And that's basically what we're trying to do. And we'd be sitting there and we'd be doing the stuff we agreed to do, and one or the other of us would think of something and just go, I bet this will fuck him up if I say this. And we'd say it just to see what the reaction was when they did it. And so it was a running competition, which of us could make the other corpse when we were doing a thing. Because it was like, it's bad form. If the other comedian can make you break and just start laughing, they win and you lose. And there was a lot of that. I was actually rewatching the Afterlife video today, and a lot of it's not all one take, but a lot of it is. And a lot of it is AIDzee just doing a fucking unhinged rant about how unfair life is. And me as the person at Pearly Gates, I'm just staring at him and I'm not reacting and I'm not moving. And there's something about the reason he's there is he got hit by a truck. And I forget what I say as the Pearly Gates person. Like I say, I look like someone you know to try and make it easier for you. And I just out of the truck, and then AIDzee goes like, and it was really weird because it was angry driving the truck, and that wasn't in the script. And I was watching it, and as soon as he said that line, it was angry driving the truck. And I looked at me on the desk, and there's a slight twitch in my face, and I'm just like, yeah. And I like look at my iPad and go, yeah, that's true. That's what happened. and that was an example. He was throwing the hand grenade. We'd never talked about it, but we were doing the whole thing about he had a near-death experience and he was nearly dead because he got hit by a truck. And the problem was I was the one who was driving the truck that jumped the footpath and ran over him. And there was just this tiny twitch in my face of, yeah, that happened. Yeah. So he didn't.
I'm guessing that
he almost did.
I'm guessing that AIDzee managed to make you laugh more than you did him.
In all honesty, and this probably sounds like I'm boasting, I tended to get him more often than he got me.
Really?
I basically think he wasn't expecting it, and I would just go da-da-da, and I'd just go bleh, and he'd just go fuck you. Yeah, if you ever see any of the videos, particularly the ones that go for more than 10 minutes, whenever you see edit points, probably something ridiculous happened in the edit point.
It's funny you mentioned near-death experiences, because from what you've said, he had 8 of them.
We had the discussion recently, like in Code Grey, he talks about being completely dead 4 times. He talks about having 30 odd near-death experiences, having 20 risky hospital admissions, but 4 actual death. We were talking recently and we thought he was up to about 8, and that's like cardiac arrest things. That's like if you're not under medical care when this happens, you are definitely dead. And because he'd been in hospital so much in the last couple of years.
Flatlined 8 times.
Yeah. I think we got up, he was working out, it was like 8 times. If he hadn't been under medical care, he would definitely be dead. So that's why when I put together this little video, we talk about him in the afterlife, I'm going to open it with, so apparently 9 times is the limit. And it's just like...
just like the cat people. 'Cause, 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 'c Oh man.
I do hope they live stream it. It might be a bit difficult for me to be able to watch it because it might be at like ridiculous o'clock in the morning for me.
Yeah.
So I hope there's a recording, at least.
Yeah. There's some recordings. Oh yeah, Liam, who's always keen to know about everyone. I think Jude is in Nevada. Jude and I, despite the fact she's all the way over in Nevada, we have actually got to hang out in person in one of my trips to the US, which remains one of my favorite things about my time on YouTube, actually getting to hang out with people both locally and around the world. And including because Mrs. Angry is from England and we've been there a couple of times to visit her family. One time I organized a road trip with a dude I only knew through YouTube comments. We'd never actually met. And so we did this thing where we were on the road together for 4 or 5 days. We stayed overnight, 4 nights, and we didn't murder each other. And it was, I know, it was like we did this big road trip from like the Cotswolds. We started off around Bath, and we threaded our way up to Edinburgh, and then back down to London. So we stayed over. No, where did we stay overnight? I think we stayed overnight.
I just got to ask, did you have a bath in Bath?
I saw the Roman baths in Bath, but I didn't get into them because they were honestly a bit green. They were a bit green.
I did want to send a postcard from Cardigan in Wales to my friend who lives in Jersey City.
Nice.
That just had to be done.
Nice. So I'm trying to remember where
if you ever come to the UK again, because I definitely want to meet up with you.
Yeah. So we stayed overnight in Nottingham, 2 nights in Edinburgh.
You went to the northeast somewhere.
Yeah, Manchester. We stayed overnight in Manchester.
You bastard! I live in Manchester.
I know you live in Manchester.
Why would you stay in Manchester?
Because it was
it's like staying in Delaware.
And
might as well stay in
London.
Adelaide.
Music history from Manchester. Oh,
yeah, there's a lot of music history in Manchester. Yeah. So that was okay. That was 5 nights staying in accommodation with someone I'd never met before, and we didn't murder each other. So that was pretty good. That was a good trip. So Ruka saying green means good. Depends. The green prawns are not the go prawns.
Oh yes.
Green doesn't necessarily.
Some people would have found that out on Chrissy Day.
Yeah.
Green doesn't necessarily mean good. If you're feeling green, you don't feel good.
No. Oh, and Jude, you haven't been to a Denny's since we met. I also have not been to a Denny's since then, I don't think. And that is a while ago.
Megaleech in with the classic. Oh.
Sparkling jumper you're wearing, Laura. We know it's only a cardigan. If it comes from the cardigan, it's a sparkling jumper, not a cardigan.
It's not sparkling. It's just got some silvery buttons.
That's all right. That's nice.
No.
Oh no, Rukashan, Manchester's got a killer music scene. Has from the 70s, 80s, 90s on.
Yeah, although there was that bit when the Smiths,
Yeah.
And Oasis. I can't stand Oasis. I really don't.
I'm not a huge fan of Oasis, but they were influential. I did
my reason for hating Oasis is a little bit different than most people.
Well, what's yours?
Well, basically, what happened is that when they were like huge in I think it was 96 or something like that.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Half the male population of Manchester, who didn't look like that beforehand and didn't talk like that beforehand, ended up becoming like pseudo Oasis, so talking like the Gallaghers, and they're like,
I can see that. Yeah,
and no one, they didn't talk like that.
No,
half of them dressed like them, so it'd be like you'd be on a bus and you'd see a couple of guys that look like Oasis, and then you drive down the road and there's another 2 The same guys would be down the road looking exactly the same, except for the different people.
Good night, Kirsten.
No, Kirsten. Okay, and Rukusan, to saying Blur is great. Oh, where did I miss it? Blur is greater than Oasis.
Absolutely.
I would just reply, woohoo!
I like Blur, but I can't. I'm not like a big, huge fan. It's just that I like a couple of their songs.
Oh shit! Sorry,
Micro.
Need to break it to you, bro. And I know you are one of the ones who will take this hard. Our brother did actually pass through the veil this morning, Australian time. So this is I was going to say the final farewell. I don't think we ever had a final farewell to him, but he's no longer on the mortal plane.
Yeah. Death wouldn't take fuck off for an answer.
Well, it was several years of being rudely told to fuck off that finally death reached the end of their tether.
Roughly 18 hours ago, AIDzee passed away, pneumonia.
Yeah. And Kirsten doesn't like Oasis because she got her leg peed on it. I
don't like Oasis because I hate the nasally sound of the lead singer's voice. It just grates on me. And yes, Micro, let's have a moment for Micro, because
so Micro, it was very sudden, man. So I talked to him on Christmas and he didn't sound well, but I thought that was maybe because he had just broken up. And then on Tuesday, he was in the hospital because
he was at home on Tuesday, wasn't he?
He went into hospital on Tuesday. I got the notification from boss of the house because of pneumonia. He was in hospital and he'd been put into an induced coma almost straight away. I got an update on Wednesday morning that he'd gotten worse, but they were still hopeful. Later on Wednesday, I got an update that he seemed better than Wednesday morning, but still worse than Tuesday. And in the early hours of this morning, he suffered a massive heart attack. But at least it wasn't drawn out. At least it wasn't painful. Micro, brother, absolutely feel for you. I actually know you had a strong bond to him. No easy way to say it. So yeah.
I've already had a cry about it as well.
Yeah.
Like it's so sudden. And
and again,
it's a shock. Yeah.
Sudden makes it a shock for us. But again, I know for a fact from talking to AIDzee, he would prefer that to something awful and drawn out.
Yeah.
And painful and
he was asleep, basically.
He was asleep. He basically never woke up. He went into hospital and never woke up. It is much more traumatic for us than it was for him. He didn't really have time to be worried or upset about it, essentially. It's fucking traumatized. Like, dude, I swear to God, okay, I'll just actually check on Facebook, because I posted on my personal Facebook and how many people responded to that. So
so while you're doing that, I was awoken by boss of the house calling me to tell me the news, and he was just, I mean, you could hear the distraught.
Yeah.
How distraught he was.
Yeah.
And that was a couple of hours after it had happened.
Yeah.
So I can only imagine what he's going through.
Yeah. So 150 people responded to my personal YouTube thing, and another bunch responded to the post I put on the Facebook page for the graduates of our uni course. I mean, it's, again, so many people. This fucking hits so many people. Like, we all know him like from YouTube, from more than a decade of doing stuff on YouTube, but he has been huge in people's life since the fucking late 80s, when he was at uni.
Yeah.
Yeah, Micro, I get what you mean about people dying of pneumonia, but pneumonia is a pretty fucking brutal disease, and AIDzee was quite debilitated in the term of being immunocompromised. So it was a dude. It's possible knowing. Yes, that's the thing. AIDzee lived through so much, and as our friend Dave Blumenstone was saying earlier, honestly, that feels like a ripoff. That's an anticlimax. He's like fought and defeated illnesses that have a more than 90% fatality rate, and to just, with like basically no warning, get knocked off by pneumonia that feels like what? So it's Nettie, tangentially relevant. Oh, okay. Pneumonia is definitely a complication. When COVID comes in, I don't know. I assume they would actually do a test to see if he actually had COVID at the time. But I mean, the poor fucker was so immunocompromised. That's the thing. He should have been dead more than 10 years ago. It is freakish.
Doesn't make it. Yeah.
The number of things he fought off.
It's still like no one expected it, and I fully expected him to recover.
Yeah, and that's what when I heard about it, I basically relayed what had been relayed to me. I said, look, this is not a good thing. This is less challenging than a bunch of things he's beaten in the past, but it's not good. And it progressed very quickly. So actually, that's an interesting thing Mrs. Angry and I was talking about, because AIDzee knows fucking everyone in the Australian comedy scene. Some of them did actually respond on the Facebook things I posted. But yes, it's possible his funeral, and this is a weird thing to be thinking of, but his funeral might be star-studded. I don't know. If the family's going to want to make it public. If the family, I know the family will know there's a lot of people who will want to be there.
Yeah.
So I don't yet know what the family plans are. But yeah, we were just discussing this. Okay, God, actually, wouldn't it be weird if you just sat there going, hey, look, there's a celebrity. Hey, look, there's another celebrity. I'm getting really distracted now by all these celebrities because he knew a fuck ton of celebrities, basically. So yeah, maybe it's going to be a whole star-studded affair. Who knows? There might be a lot of competition to make. I swear to God, if some of the people who spoke at his, because he did a fundraiser, or more, to be more accurate, his comedy friends put on a fundraiser after he fucking survived the necrotizing fasciitis, because he was very incapacitated and had a lot of bills to pay. And it was a very star-studded event. So if they all show up at his bloody funeral, yeah. If they don't, I absolutely want to steal some of Charlie Pickering's joke from the fundraiser. Because in my mind, the funniest jokes, there was a lot of good jokes, but the funniest ones was Charlie Pickering going, okay, I need to apologize to you all first because I got an email asking me to come and speak, and I thought it was for an AIDS fundraiser, and it turns out it's for an AIDzee fundraiser. So I had to re-look at my speech, and but honestly, I don't have to change much. Like I looked at, AIDS has destroyed communities around the world. That still fits, AIDS has touched people everywhere, men, women, and children. That's honestly spilled.
Oh my God.
It was the darkest of dark humor, and it was abso-fucking-lutely spot on. It was so funny. And if the famous people aren't at his funeral and I get a chance, I am absolutely going to steal Charlie Pickering's lines because they were very funny. Jude, the Fournier's gangrene was like more than a decade ago. That should have killed him. Like that kills more than 90% of people who have it. That was one of the other things. When I was clicking through Code Grey, there's again another funny line that less people remember, but it was just like, he goes, "Do you know only 1 in 15 million people get Fournier's gangrene? You've got to call yourself lucky, honestly." You know, it's just going there. So yeah, Micro. I mean, obviously, you being in North America, you can't go to the funeral. Stay tuned, though, man. There is literally a non-zero chance it might be streamed online. That might happen.
They do it regularly. I went to a job interview where certain funeral directors now do live streams, and they wanted somebody specifically to be the live stream guy instead of just having one of the funeral guys.
Okay, they wanted someone with more technical skills. So yeah. I wondered where that was going for. I was going for a job interview, and at the same time, they were streaming a funeral. It was weird.
It's funny how maybe that whole COVID thing will be the blessing in disguise. You know that we can't have people going to funerals now, so we're going to have to live stream these little tiny gatherings. So hey, now we've got the technology to see AIDzee's funeral.
Yeah, I know a lot of people with disabilities actually appreciated the number of things that went online during COVID, and they've really got the shits that people are going, "Oh, we don't have to cater for online anymore," and a bunch of people are going, "Well, you're not catering for me anymore. Fuck you." Phil, yes, dude, rest in peace. If you are able to come down, like I said, the funeral is probably mid next week. I don't have any definite details yet. Okay, yeah, so yeah, nobody's the streaming guy at his church. So now everyone, based on everyone's feedback, it's probably going to be streamed. So if and when I get any details, I will absolutely distribute those details as far and wide as I can.
I apologize for changing topics here, but I had a very nice Christmas.
Good. I'm glad you had a very nice Christmas.
I did. I went to visit friends. So if you remember, the first lockdown Christmas was really shit because I couldn't go to my family. I didn't want to get on a train and travel all the way to Plymouth and give my friend who's got asthma the virus. So I had to stay at home. And I had to sit at home in the freezing cold because my dad said he'd come up and pick up the presents for family and never turned up. So that was annoying. But, it was really shitty. And then for the next 2 years, I went to visit my friend in Plymouth. My friend's great, but he doesn't really do Christmas. He's not into the tree and presents. And, basically we just had something slightly better for Christmas dinner. And that was it. So on that first crappy Christmas, someone reached out to me and said, "Hey, you can come to us if you like." And I asked if that was still available this year. And I was told, "Yes, we'd love to have you." And so I went there and it was wonderful. It was warm and tree and, presents and cats and a pug. The pug, really, really friendly, but my God, had awful breath. It's like you could, yes, you can lick my nose, but only for about, 10 seconds, because after that I need to take a breath, and I'm not willing to do that with you licking it. I had a wonderful time. Now, so the girlfriend, because they've been together for like 10 odd years, No, I didn't get any new trains. I bought myself something, but that's not railway related. But what I did get is a hairdo.
Nice.
The girlfriend, she works at a hair salon. So, and I'll share. So there's I'm just doing a screen share. So that was me still on the chair.
Yeah.
And that's the other side. And I had my nails done as well.
Oh, nice.
So, and for Christmas, she got me a Revlon. It's basically a hairdryer, but in a brush.
Oh, okay.
And so it makes it a bit more fluffy, because one of the problems is that, first of all, I've been using the wrong shampoo. It is garbage, and it has silicone in it. Not silicone. Is it silicone in it? It's something like that. Anyway, it kind of gives it a sheen, but actually it kind of can take the color out of your hair. So I had I had a hair coloring in the lighter shade. I don't know if you notice it's lighter now. And by sort of blowing hairbrush through it, air through it, it makes it fluffier. So rather than having like thin, because someone like me, born a guy, men have less hair follicles per square inch than women do. So as a result, and then on top of that, I had a bit of a testosterone problem where it was getting a bit thin on top. Well, I mean, I'm sure you'll remember it used to be really thin on top. It's not, nothing like that now. So it's all been going really well.
Oh, good.
So having all that stuff, my nails are still perfect, So I had a wonderful Christmas. It was really nice.
Oh, great! Love to hear that.
Yeah, I made made the kids happy. I took a game because the family like playing board games. So there's this game called Rapido, and it's brilliant fun. It's kind of like Pictionary, but with Play-Doh. So you have cards, and you've got and usually there's like two of you, and then the other, your partner, and they've got to guess what's on the card.
Yeah.
So, so if it's and sometimes you have to be a little bit careful, because trying to make something, sometimes it's easier just to sort of like, what does it do, rather than what it is. Because what it does will give you a hint of what it is. So, for example, if I rolled up a tube of it and I went like that, you'd think, okay, injection. And it's like, well, what's this? Syringe, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It gets really funny, though, because when you're playing with someone else, you're competing. Whoever gets it first is the winner. And if you lose, there's like a little plunger, and you lose a bit of Play-Doh. And, and get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller to be able to make something. So it becomes harder in a way. But when you've got your person opposite you, and your card was pork pie, and they're going pig cake, it gets really funny. So I got that for the family, and really had a good time with it.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
One of them, she's on the edge of like maybe non-binary, a little bit not entirely sure, and it's very quiet and reserved, and it really brought her out.
Yeah, that's nice. That's really
cool.
nice.
So, yeah, had a great time.
Sorry. Also, on the first side, micro sharing fart humor, which I'm always a fan of. Been sleeping in a sleeping bag, and when you fart in it, it funnels up in your face. Dr. Abigail.
I would like to make the note that you should always laugh at fart jokes.
Oh, yeah, that's why I wanted to share.
Because
humor.
Because if you don't laugh at farts, then you've got less joy in your life, but you still have the fart.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you might as well laugh at the fart.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, my brother, also when he was younger, he had like a twisted bowel or bowel disease, something or other. And it would take him weeks to go for a number 2. But
no.
And what he would get like rabbit droppings. And then you're like, I've done a poo, come and have a look. And you'd have a look at these little whatever droppings, and then every now and again, and then like every 3 weeks or whatever it was, he would drop something that would just, let's just say we had a knife in the bathroom.
Oh my god!
The poop knife.
The thing is, he was only, he's only like 6, and they'd be dropping something that,
half his body weight. Yeah.
Yeah, it was really, really bad. It really hurt, obviously, as well.
Yeah. Shame you couldn't get a new brother with an untwistable stomach.
Yeah.
Sorry, the Simpson joke. I had to. I'm so sorry. It's such a facetious joke to add there. Such a serious. The poop knife though is a classic.
Knife is just funny.
Reference.
Yeah. But the main thing about it is that it left him with wind a lot, and so it was like pull my finger was a constant everyday type of thing.
Yeah.
And just fart jokes. Just honestly, he blew his bowel bugle several times a day.
His trouser trumpet.
Yeah.
So if you're going to throw in, like nobody, I got the same message. AIDzee's funeral is probably on the 4th, but nothing's definite yet. So yeah, Johnny, I've also seen Americans talking about poo knives, and I just thought it was because American dietary habits and toilets are both so bad. American toilets are stupid as fuck that they fill up with all this water and drain down. Ours are much better, where it's just like the waterfall crashes down on everything and goes, no, wash it away, get rid of it.
Yeah. The Germans are weird. They got a shelf so you can inspect.
Oh, I've seen those. It's like you get splashback and fuck that.
By the time I had, I used one of those. It wasn't so bad. I didn't remember the splashback. But then again, you're not supposed to flush it while you're sat on it, though.
No, you can get splashback when you're sitting on it, and you can get.
I see.
Yeah, but I have a bidet.
Ooh,
a fancy Japanese kind of luxurious toilet where like I get a heated seat, heated water that cleans my butthole for me, that can massage, it changes direction, it's got all these different modes. It's so good.
Has it got an AIDzee mode? Because if it hasn't, it's just not complete.
What's an AIDzee mode?
I have no idea, but
you just think there should be one.
It's got a mode that cleans your insides. Like
wow.
Do not recommend. Like it.
Oh wowzers! That's turbo.
It's got turbo mode.
It's
got front mode for the girls as well.
I just have this amusing image of Paul Hogan, shouting out the window, "It's for cleaning your ass."
Yes. Oh, yes. His first exposure to the
it's for cleaning your backside.
Was it backside? Oh, okay.
I don't remember. It's just because you don't get bidets in Australia, so it was like,
yeah.
So Jude's take is AIDzee mode. Wait, what's this doing to me? Sorry, I was trying to show a comment, but
I hope he comes back. At the moment,
I'm the captain now.
Yeah, at the moment we're still live, but he disappeared. Oh, he comes back. Hey, he's back.
Yep. Sorry, my internet just decided fuck you. But we're still here.
Ironically, your internet just farted.
Yep, just when we were talking about it. I was trying to. Why won't this work? It's because my internet connection wasn't here. Jude saying AIDzee mode decides what you have to do randomly and out of order. That's fine. Yeah, okay. That was weird. I did not get any warning of that. Just nothing was working. And then my screen blanked. I refreshed and we're back. So I was like, all right.
We're back. We're bad. He's black. I'm mad.
Yeah.
Lethal Weapon.
Yes, no, I got it.
I had a
Hey, Lee.
Hello.
And Fox
Someone is doing the rabbit ears behind you.
Yeah, that's
what I was thinking.
That is Australian internet, and I pay a bit of money for it. That was really weird because I normally get a warning, and I was just like, "Why is nothing working?" And then my whole screen fucked out, and then I refreshed and I came back.
Actually, it reminds me of something when you said that's that's Australian internet. It amazes me that Abigail's able to play Elite Dangerous because one of the issues, that sort of came up when they said, it's going to be, you have to be online to be able to play it.
It's because I don't use the what's it called, the fucking NBN.
All right, okay.
I have an alternate ISP, and it's fiber to my apartment, and it's pretty reliable too, and it's not attached to the NBN, of which I am super grateful.
Good for you.
Another thing that I'm mourning today is something that happened while we've been chatting. Remember, I disappeared and came back? That's because I got a letter, and my letter is my new bank card, which means I've got to try and memorize the numbers again.
I'd say I got the same thing, and my new numbers just taste different. Do you ever have that? They kind of have a different feeling, a different taste, different color, and it's just like, how am I going to remember these numbers?
Yeah.
At least the first two groupings are the same.
Is another thing with numbers, if people say them in the wrong rhythm, because Australian phone numbers, like my number is, this is not my number, but it's like 0404 123 123, and I told someone my number, like on the phone, to do something. My number's 0404 123 123, and he said, "So your number is 424 123 123," and my brain just went, "I have no idea if you just said my number back to me correctly, because you used the wrong cadence completely. What the fuck is wrong with you?"
Yeah, the thing that happens in the UK, so 0161 is Manchester, and then you'll have like 834 is the centre of Manchester, and then 339 is like roughly my area, and then it's like the last four digits are the individual number. So all sort of narrows down to.
I'll be back in a sec. I have to go pee.
And but when I see. Yeah, especially, I think it's a mobile phone one, because all mobile phone was 07 number.
Yeah.
But when people do, 4 digits and then 4 digits and then 3 digits, it's like, no, you've got that. This is all in the wrong format.
It's the wrong. It's the wrong rhythm. Yeah, and yes, nobody. If the ALP hadn't lost that election when they were trying to set up the NBN, we would have a proper NBN. But I'm also angry at Stephen Conroy, the Labor Communications Minister, who alienated Telstra with his rather imperious decisions. And so Telstra deliberately sabotaged the rollout of the NBN, and that let the LNP completely nobble it. For instance, if the Victorian Labor Party were to lose the next election, which is super unlikely, but if they were, so many of the capital works projects would be so far advanced, the LNP basically couldn't fuck them.
What's that got to do today? I mean, Victorian times was a long time ago.
We are traditionalists here, Laura. We live to Victorian standards. Sorry, I got a random comedy sketch recommended to me on YouTube the other day. It was a very old Mitchell and Webb sketch, and it was these particular trees. I forget which one it was, but these trees smell like cum. Welcome back, Johnny. And it was what's his name? Webb was playing Queen Victoria, and David Mitchell was playing some stuffy gentleman.
Off with the head.
they kept making these weird references to, but we live in Victorian times. You can't just say these trees smelled like cum. That's not Victorian. And it was so weird. The whole sketch was so weird.
Yeah, and like I say, it's funny because when someone like me hears Victorian police, my head thinks of, sort of like,
the old peelers.
Yeah, the kind of police that you would, next thing you know, you got Sherlock Holmes standing next to the body.
Yep, that's all fair.
It's and sort of like a weird whistle, a sort of fluty whistle.
With the bobbies. Sorry, I'm just randomly, because we've been online. Like, God, it's almost midnight. I'm just doing another whiskey tasting, including the one I aged in my barrel at home. It was new make whiskey, aka moonshine, unaged whiskey, and it was white. And I put it in one of my barrels for 4 months. It's nice.
Yep, that's the Andrew I remember.
Oh, hell yes. Moonshine, motherfucker. And it's just like... But this... Okay, a couple of Australian whiskies. This is Tiny Bears single malt. That's a very little distillery that's about half an hour away from me. They mostly do gin. They're lovely people. They occasionally release whiskies. What's that taste like? Every time I do this, I go, man, I'm shit at the tasting notes. It tastes like whiskey.
I'll be worse than you.
Yeah, it's like it tastes like alcohol.
It'll get you drunk.
Hey,
yeah,
I'm super tired, and I need to go to sleep. But before I go, I just thought I'd wow everyone with this is the remote control to my toilet.
Nice. Nice toilet control.
And if you'll notice, there's like
Japan.
a wash mode, there's a wash mode, a bidet mode, and an enema mode, which I will now call AIDzee mode.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. As well as like massage and function and like seat temperature function, water temperature function.
Nice.
It is a goal of mine to get a fancy Toto toilet one day.
Yeah, one of those Japanese toilets. Yeah.
Yep.
So
they are on another level.
One of these, yes. Yes, it comes with the remote.
Absolutely.
It's right there, though. You don't need to.
It's got
to operate from the other side of the room.
In the live chat, Jude.
It mounts on the wall with magnets on the toilet wall. I just brought it with me.
But how do they work?
How do they work?
Magnets.
How
do they work?
Quantum field theory. Look it up.
Oh,
wow! It's reminding me of that super yacht that was in
the live chats.
Anyway,
Maris says no eject button.
Yeah.
Can it play Doom?
Most likely.
Anyway,
that's AIDzee mode.
I'm off.
Bye bye. And
I'm
here as well to you.
So tired. Live long and prosper, everyone.
Good night.
Happy New Year.
Good night.
And sorry, micro. Okay, by legitimate moonshine, do you mean moonshine made by crazed hillbilly in the Ozarks or something? Because the answer to that's no. But basically, what we broadly call moonshine is unaged spirit. It's just something dodgy that's come straight off a still. So
it will burn like hell.
Yeah. And it's kind of like saying this is whiskey. There are literally, thousands of different whiskeys around the world. Moonshine will be very different depending who made it.
I've got a little story about a Japanese toilet.
Please share. I want to hear.
Okay, so the first time I went to Japan, because I've had the pleasure going there twice.
Yeah.
I was 17 and my mate, Rowan, who's like about a year younger than me, we went and stayed at our friend's place in Tokyo.
Yeah.
I went to school with him. He wasn't an exchange student. His parents put him into a school in Australia because Japanese schools are so ridiculous, and they were basically worried about him, that he might become like a hikikomori, if you know what they are. Anyway, so he came and did the rest of his high schooling at my school. Anyway, so we went at his place, and we finally, Rowan and I, we decided we're going to try the bloody bidet in the toilet. So he goes in first, and he hates it, of course. I go in next. I hate it, of course, because, you know, I hadn't, shall we say, explored my body. Anyway, and I hit the button, starts squirting me. I'm like, oh, Rowan, how do you turn this off? It's horrible. He goes, oh, you just press the button again. Little did I know, he already knew. That just makes it go longer. The fucking asshole.
Oh shit. That very loud noise was just me standing on a piece of plastic.
That was my first experience of a proper bidet. Wanting to turn it off, but making it go longer.
Oh no. Oh no. And Safa did ask, have I ever used Dr. Abigail's toilet? I have not used any bidet functions. I've been to Dr. Abigail's place. I've never actually used any bidet.
At the old house, we had one of those things, but we never used it. No chance.
Let's just say I'm very interested in some of the functions in Dr. Abigail's one now.
There were a lot of functions on there, basically. AIDzee mode is the real. That's the challenge setting. That's like that's got to be the new TikTok challenge. Sit on the bidet in AIDzee mode and have no facial expression. You've got to see how long you can sit there just going before you go.
I would probably fail it, but not for the reasons you're probably thinking.
I just thought of something. Have Hello Goodbye by the Beatles playing when you flush the toilet.
Hello Goodbye, yeah, that fits. So, Ricochet, when you say that about the 2019 wine with the winey finish, it always reminds me of the story. There's old interviews with the Monty Python people, a sketch that some of them wanted to do that both the BBC and John Cleese said, no, that's stupid, and we're not doing that. And it's basically a wine tasting, and the guys sit there going like, Oh yes, this is from the south of France, Chardonnay grapes. I feel like this was on the south side of the orchard, got late autumn sun, and was aged for 3 years. And the person who handed it goes, no, sir, I'm afraid that's PP. And it basically just kept going. These guys would drink something and give some really wanky tasting notes. And the person who gave it to them would just say, no, sir, that was PP again. I think it's hilarious. And you watch these interviews and it's like Terry Jones and Michael Palin giggling while they say it and how they think this was really funny. And John Cleese going, that wasn't funny. That was childish. It's like, shut up.
I could imagine that.
Funny. It was funny.
So I've got a bit of a pain thing. So when I went to visit my friends, their stairs are a little bit on the steep side. And I'm also not used to stairs because I live in a block of flats with a lift. And so on the first morning, I went down the stairs and then fell. Rather than my foot slipped in front of me and it went bang. Oh. And that's what I did to my leg.
Oh.
Ouch.
And then the following day, on Christmas Eve, into Christmas Day, I can't remember now. Anyway, I went into the bathroom that they've got downstairs and slipped on a little bit of water and went woof and flying and ended up on my backside again. And this time I banged my arm on the door frame, and that's what it's like now.
Oh.
So
That looks nasty.
It doesn't really hurt at all, other than the sort of pinch of ever so slight pain if you push on it. But no, it was just like it hurt when I went down. But
looks worse than what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It could be worse. I could be like AIDzee.
Yeah. You could be dead.
Well, that too.
Yeah. That's one of
Sorry,
the good
I'm
things.
just going to say just the worst things for the next weeks or whatnot, because that's what he would have wanted. And Ruka-san also, yes, John Cleese is now a sad fat old grump going, woke culture. That is literally why I brought this up. In the 70s, he was a boring conservative fucking git. The rest of the Pythons thought this is funny and silly, and John Cleese is just going, that's childish. I don't want to. So John Cleese has always been comparatively a conservative fucking git.
And
I was thinking that's why you brought that up.
The thing that makes me chuckle about John Cleese, and it's more the cynical sense of chuckling, is how, back in the old days when, 60s, 70s, with Monty Python and all that kind of stuff, when they were edgy, as we would describe it a bit more now, now they are the establishment.
Oh, yes.
Now they're triggered by people who are edgy. It's kind of funny.
Sorry, I forgot what I was going to say.
That's funny. Sorry.
Okay, it went from B Days to Getting Hurt to AIDzee.
And John Cleese is a boring old fart.
Yeah, I remember now. Like, the thing that sucks about it is, like, John Cleese is pretty much in all of my favorite Monty Python skits and stuff.
He was always my favorite in the Pythons, yes.
Yeah, and he's just turned into what he is now. It's like, no.
And
not another
Faulty
one.
Towers was hilarious. I loved Faulty Towers.
Yeah.
But he's so lacking in self-awareness, and he keeps thinking like, he keeps thinking like, if I punch down on the most marginalized groups in society, I'm the edgy one. And it's going, no, dude, that makes you the fucking establishment. That's what you are. And he's so lacking in self-awareness. He doesn't get it. And it's just like, fuck.
Well, he hasn't changed in 60 years, and wonders why he's out of touch.
It was a funny thing, like he was trying to make some conspiracy thing on social media, like, oh, why can't you find any Monty Python stuff on, the BBC or this streaming service?
Yep.
And someone logically pointed out, I think it might be Netflix actually has all the streaming rights to Monty Python stuff at the moment. That's why the BBC
and they broadcast it in 2019, and it's very hard. It's you can't really broadcast television that was videotaped in that era on digital television because it looks crap on a big screen.
But you also make concession. I think I actually do think Netflix has the rights to all the Monty Python stuff because they seem to have a lot of Monty Python stuff. So that was the first answer. Why doesn't the BBC provide it? Because the rights were sold. And I particularly love someone just replied, because they haven't written any new material in 40 years, you boring fuck. It was like,
Well, let me get my train of thought back. I remember when hearing about a certain song being banned from radio. It's called Imagine.
Some American radio stations did ban.
Yeah, I think I heard.
Imagine There's No Heaven. Yeah.
Yeah. I heard something about that. Yeah.
And then 9/11 happened, and we're still banning it. It's like,
yeah. No,
they did sing it on Twitter back in 2020 though.
Oh God, that
the celebrities.
celebrities who thought They were making us all fucking. Oh my! Look, you, dude, Phil, you are so fucking evil, making us remember that maniacal laugh you had as we all
What was
remembered.
that, Galgado?
Oh my god, you were the
How to
devil,
show you're
Phil.
just so out of touch than to do that.
Yeah. But the fucking devil right here, the way he laughed when we all remembered that and went, "Oh my god, that was awful." He put that back into it. He's the fucking devil. He is the devil.
Yeah, he is dangerously talented, isn't he?
He is. He's no. Again,
I've got
Phil
my
is
eye
one
on
of
you, mate.
old school YouTube long time.
Yeah. Still remember
I
listening
would have
to an
watched it
interview
that
where
way.
John Lennon said it was a communist manifesto.
Yeah. Oh God. Okay, Jude, this is a real thing. Okay. If you're a student of the history of comedy at all, like Victor Borge, who was extremely talented, did literally the same routine for 40 years. Because the way comedy used to work was to live audiences and to different audiences every night. So the performers never had to do new material because they never performed to the same audience twice. So they would literally do the same material for decades. And then TV came like the 60s, 70s, where it was slightly different and they had to have a bit more material. But there were, even up until very recent times, I think the internet changed it, but until very recent times, you would get American comedians who would do the same material on stage for years on end. And they'd maybe, if they got a spot on a Tonight Show or Today Show, they would do a couple of minutes, and then that couple of minutes was burned. They couldn't really do it again, but they would do the same. Whereas in Australian comedy, it was geared around the comedy festival season, and the Melbourne Comedy Festival is the biggest one. So basically, Australian comedians would have to do completely new material every year for the comedy festival circuit. And European and American comedians would be freaked the fuck out when they got to do guest spots in the comedy festival circuit here in Australia. And they would talk to Australian comedians and they go, yeah, we have to do a new hour of material every year for the festivals. And they were like, you have to change your material every year? What the fuck? But also, streaming changed that, because if you want to be a big name in comedy now, you need to do specials for one of the streaming service, and that has to be completely new material. So if you want to be a sort of frontline comedian now in America or Europe, you do have to do a whole new show every year, because your goal is to get it as a special on Netflix or one of the other streaming services. It has to be completely new material. You can't fucking go, all right, but the one I did last year was so good, can I do it again and you stream it again? Because the streaming service goes, no, you can't.
I mean, we might as well just show last year's then.
Yeah, exactly.
So
it's changing, but Australian comedians were so much more hardworking than American and European. And yeah, Jude talked for real. In the 50s, 60s, and until the 70s, comedians would do the same fucking material for decades. And then it changed a bit to they do the same material for years, and they would get spots on one of the Tonight Shows where they would burn about 5 minutes of material, which they couldn't really do again because it had been broadcast on TV. But they were floored by, and this, I know this from when I re-met up with AIDzee, was about 14 years ago at the comedy festival. He was explaining to me like, the Australian comedians do a completely new set every year, and the Americans and the Europeans get freaked out by that because they will do the same material for but also because they have a bigger thing to tour to, because there are, particularly in the US, there are dozens and dozens of comedians who tour all the regional areas because people in the middle of bumfuck nowhere want to see a comedy show, right? Not everywhere is New York or Los Angeles, and so you get these road comedians. They are just spending their whole life going from shitty town to shitty town doing their material. And there are so many shitty towns, they can keep doing the material for several years.
I had a story of a comedy group who were touring around America, the British ones. And they'd been out there for about 3 months and they were feeling a little bit homesick. And, they're sort of reminiscing about stuff at home. And one of them unwisely said, "Oh, I could murder an Indian." Which is just I'd love to have a big curry right now.
Yes,
that's what he meant.
That's what that means.
But then again, when I went off, I went off to America, and someone said, "Where's Amy?" And said, "Oh, she's outside having a fag." The fact we're in a gay resort made it twice as funny.
Yeah, and yes, dude, that's the thing. Big names like Robin Williams would do the same material for years, and yes, they would release comedy albums, but they would still tour that shit. It's changed. It's changed now.
There's someone called Jo Brand, a British comedian, and she'll tell the same jokes again. She's got a rather cynical sense of humor, but it's like,
before I go,
just before you go, I just want to tell this one. And the first time you hear us say, they say a way to a man's heart is through his stomach. That's not true. The way to his man's heart is through his hanky pocket with a bread knife. And the first time you hear it, that's funny. The second time you hear it, I've heard that one before. After that, it's like, get some new bloody material, please.
Yeah.
Go on, Lee.
I remember when someone said to me, "You're so un-American." I'm like, yeah, maybe it's because the beer tastes like bathwater in Australia. They're like, "What? You're Australian?" I'm like, "Yes." "That's why you're so un-American." I'm like, "Yeah, good for you."
Yeah. So, Mrs. Angry was playing the Witcher game, Witcher 3, and there's a sex scene in it, and I was going, "Holy shit!" There's an actual
there's many.
sex scene. They're so reticent to put sex in
All right,
video
good
games.
night.
There's violence and good night, Nelly. There's violence and dismemberment, but they're really reticent to put sex in it because that's somehow evil. But The Witcher and some female character were having sex in a canoe, and I went, "That's the old Monty Python joke. That's what they're doing now
Yes.
with American beer." And she's going, "What the fuck do you mean? This is what Monty Python said. American beer is like sex in a canoe, fucking close to water."
Fucking close to water.
And she just looked at me like, "You're a goddamn idiot. Why did you say that?"
Here's another reason that it sucks that AIDzee has passed now.
Mm-hmm.
My father's side of the family, so I have 2 half brothers and a half sister. My sister, she's had 3 kids, and they're all very talented. But 2 of them in particular, one was in like big stage plays in Melbourne. He was in one of the kids in the Mary Poppins stage show. So he's very talented and he's continuing it. He's doing uni acting. I can't remember where. Anyway, so he got that. Plus his sister has decided she's going to try and do stand-up comedy.
Oof. Okay.
And she definitely, she's very attractive, so she has that going for her.
Yeah.
But, I always wanted her to try and have a chat with AIDzee about, just being a stand-up comedian.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to get them to watch the live streams when I have been on them. I don't know if they have, or watch the replays when they're still up.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the ways that I'm going to deal with, especially this recent manic episodes and ones that happen in the future, because it will happen again. I accept that. It's just part of having bipolar. I'm going to, because they kind of actually live fairly boring lives, right?
Yeah.
So my plan is to just, when I go manic and I get into all the ridiculous bullshit that I do, is I feed it to them, the one that's an actor and the one that's going to be a stand-up comedian, as long as they change names and everything, and they can make their art out of my bullshit and all the stupid stuff that I get into. And yeah, if that helps them make their art, and maybe they can do a bit of a kickback to me sometime, I'll be happy.
Nice. Yes.
I think it's necessary to point out that if you're producing bullshit and you're not a bull, I suggest you go to the doctor.
Oh yes, most definitely. Yeah, like I mean, seriously, this is a serious case of bullshit sometimes as well. Like, I only shared a small amount of my recent manic episodes in, like, even in when the live stream ended, when we were properly talking about it for a long time. That was only one section. There's many things. I like to say there's a flavor for everyone. There's like all the craziness with scammers and other stuff, but then there's also a massive not safe for work side for the people that are inclined that way. Yeah,
not safe for work. The description of AIDzee, I think, as well.
Yeah, that's him summarized, basically.
AIDzee, some of the stuff I got into, AIDzee would be very proud of me, I think.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I like the sound of that. I'm actually going to go to bed now. It's actually gone past midnight.
I just want to say one last tiny thing. What's wonderful is that on Twitter, Small Dick Energy, as in the Greta Thunberg stuff, is still trending after 3 days.
Small Dick Energy.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, that's that dickhead.
I thought it's.
Yeah, Andrew Tate decided to, sort of show off how manly he was by posting a picture of him, fueling up an expensive supercar and then saying, I've got 33 cars and I got loads of emissions. Basically, a fuck you to Greta Thunberg. Said it to her, and her reply was, send it to my email address of smalldickenergy at getalife.com.
Oh, I love Greta.
And from now on, Andrew Tate is always going to be that guy who was pwned by Greta Thunberg. With, a dick
Good
joke.
on her.
The big alpha male who, for no reason, decided to be a big man and got completely fucking owned by a teenager.
By 19-year-old,
and
it's
his
like,
big response
I
that
want
he
to
thought
destroy
was
the world. Fuck you. And she's like, fuck you and your little penis.
his big comeback that he thought was killer can be summarized as, I know what you are, but what am I? And I mean, it won't change any of his fans because they're goddamn morons.
Yes.
But I think maybe the rest of the world is going, I wasn't really sure who this guy was, but holy fuck, he's an idiot. He's a moron.
What I want to know is if anything's come out of the whole that he's possibly done a bit of the old human trafficking stuff. Did that go anywhere?
With any luck, because he's clearly done dodgy shit. So with any luck, he will get busted for something. But we're just kind of left with.
Is this the same guy?
Yeah, no. There is some.
Oh, he's done heaps of bad stuff.
Shit about it.
You don't get 56 Bugattis or whatever it is through just kickboxing.
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
and
he's a dodgy.
He hasn't kickboxed in a very long time.
So someone changed his Wikipedia entry because there was a record of his kickboxing thing, and someone had an extra line that he had a bout against Greta Thunberg, and he lost in the first round to a knockout. It wouldn't have stayed there long, but it was pretty funny.
You know what? I once used because I had this, I had this sort of insult thing that I do sometimes. Used to play a game with my brother of it, but it's basically insults to the death, and the idea is you've got to insult each other as creatively as possible. But if you swear, you lose because you couldn't think of anything better to say.
Yeah,
and I've forgotten which one I was thinking of now, but let's see if we can find it. Yeah, there was one that was appropriate just then.
I've got a good story that's kind of on the same thing, but I'll wait till you're finished.
Oh, maybe you go now, Johnny, while Laura's...
Okay, so I've got these two people that I lived in that share house with that I mentioned earlier. Well, they're married now. He's a doctor of ancient Mongolian history.
Okay.
Works in remotely to Canberra Uni a fair bit, and they finally moved back close to me now. It's like yes. Anyway, they play a game sometimes where Jono, I've said his name now. Anyway, and the missus. They play a game where if he insults her enough where she would chase him and slap him, she would cook dinner. And so far, the best one that I think he's come up with that I was around to hear was he called her a syphilitic cum dumpster.
Oh, that's unpleasant. Okay.
He definitely got quite a few slaps out of that one, and got a good feed, very good feed. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God.
The one I was thinking of is in a sort of a discussion, someone used Wikipedia as a source.
Yeah.
Which and like I say, anyone can do in Wikipedia. So my reply to that was, sure, you could use Wikipedia as a source, but given what I just added onto the entry I just created for you, well, let's just say it might not be a good idea for you to go in near any farmyard animals for a while.
Nice one.
Nice. All right, I am going to go to bed.
I am going to go and clean the bled place up because I've got a friend coming to visit tomorrow.
Oh, well, nice.
I should go to bed.
I won't be able to.
I feel like you're not going to, Johnny, the way you said that.
Well, I do have work at 8:30 in the morning.
Oh, Jesus Christ, you definitely should go.
My meds haven't kicked in yet, and let's just say I get very funny on my meds when they kick in. And it is fun to fight them for a while. It's like a legal high.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
So if you want some fun after the live stream ends in the after party, maybe stick around for a bit. And I might be self-sabotaging myself going back to work.
I'd love to, but I've got stuff.
They fucked me over enough, so whatever.
Yeah. So
I've got to head to bed, man.
It's only 1:22 in the afternoon here, so I've still got a while left. But I'm because my friend's coming. I'm going to be really busy, so just like popping in for 4 hours to chat, not really possible. So I just want to say Happy New Year to everybody.
Yes, Happy New Year to you, Laura.
Same to you.
Nice to meet you two guys as well. But and everybody watching, and so have a Happy New Year. I live on the 10th floor of a block of flats overlooking Manchester, and the reason why my friend's coming, and the reason why I'm doing all the tidying, is because I have a little New Year's party where we watch the free fireworks display for half an hour.
Nice.
Nice.
I can see, like 40 miles across the city. So there's like fireworks everywhere. Bonfire night's
up on the roof?
No, I don't need to be on the roof. I'm on the 10th floor on a hill.
Straight through your window.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, so
awesome,
out my window. And so as a result, I've got this amazing display, and there's a free fireworks display effectively. So
I'm a bit jealous.
Yeah, a bottle of wine, some pizza, You know, it's good fun. Watching
Sounds
movies.
class. It sounds
Boy,
class.
yeah, it's one of those quiet little, you know, get-togethers, not noisy
Yeah.
party kind of thing. Just you know,
getting
close
together,
having a bit of fun. You know, enjoying each other's company, enjoying some wine. You know, and I have a tradition. Back in 1986, there's a guy called Jean-Michel Jarre who does concerts.
That's when I was born.
Yeah, right. So he did this concert in 1986 at Houston. You can find it on YouTube. It's a brilliant concert. And he was into fireworks and lasers and all that kind of stuff. So they literally got tarpaulin sheets over the buildings and they're firing lasers and they're moving and stuff. That was in the 80s. And the piece of music that starts the show is Equinox 5.
Oh, that's his big one, yeah.
You know, and he like just in the start of the show, he's like, and it starts with a thunderclap. So he just goes, and there's this piece of music, and he's got a synthesizer with lights under it. It's a, you know, it is fantastic. And I have played that piece of music at usually full volume if possible, but certainly where I live, I have played that piece of music on the crack of New Year since 1988.
Nice.
My tradition, you know, and there's only ever been one time I've not been at home, and that was when I was visiting my friends in Aberystwyth. But even then, I still put it on for New Year.
All right.
So I guess that's a good excuse.
But it's you know, it's every year party. Last year, the last couple of years have been pretty good because everybody had been stuck at home.
Yes.
So it's like, you know what, it's been miserable. I'm going to spend like, you know, 80 quid on fireworks and just set them all off. So it's been particularly good the last few years.
Most people in Australia do not have that luxury of fireworks.
Yeah, it's illegal in most places, yes.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. Good night, one and all. I am going to bed. We'll be doing a Friday night stream. We'll see how long that goes. I'm probably going to need to have naps during the day tomorrow to be able to face Friday night.